Hello and welcome in. Hope everyone is doing well. Happy Monday. We're going to start this off nice and strong. Izzy has been itching to pie me in the face because the boys got to and she didn't. So she's going to do that first thing. And then we're going to do egg roulette. Oh, this is like melting.
I know it's
Oh my, this is not good. Hold on.
so
Oh boy.
While we do
she she was like holding the can. Oh god. She was holding the like a plate basically of whipped cream, but she's been holding it for too long, so it's like melting. Oh my god. All right. Okay, we're good. Oh, it's gonna be drippy. I know. I told her. I said you need to bring the can down here, and we'll do it fresh. We'll literally spray it in and then just hit. It's gonna be the best thing. Yeah, because what she had, oh, that was gonna be a wreck. That was gonna be a wreck. Oh boy. Hello, friends. Hi. There she is. We'll get there. We'll get there here in a second. So what we'll do is we'll do it fresh. Like when we're about to do it, we'll spray it into the thing. Not yet though. Okay. All right. She just got done with dance. What? What'd you say?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, okay. She's jazzed. She's been waiting. And that's also why I wanted to start a little bit earlier. So that way it was a little further away from her bedtime. And she could do this. So yeah, that's why. Thank you for the resubs, friends. Appreciate you. Miss Izzy. So she is going to do the pieing in the face. Her and Alex both are going to do egg roulette, and it'll be fast, but I'll explain it when we get there. I have the eggs ready to rock. If you're confused why we're doing this at all, it's because I owed it from St. Jude. Oh, that's fine. Just smack me. That's fine. I probably deserved it if anything. My Atlanta. You were going to nap now? You got to see the pie in the face? Oh, great. We might as well just do it. Because it was on the floor and I tried to stop your dog from eating. All right, here, watch out. You're not sitting here. That's not what this chair's here for. This chair has a separate purpose. The chair has a separate purpose. Allow me to put this below me on the floor. And then I'm going to put this one around me.
Alex, get out. I'll call you whenever you're allowed to.
Wow. Hey. Be kind to him. You can, yeah. So you hold it upside down, like so, like you're going straight down. Yep. Here. Yep. Much better. Listen. All right. Hold on. Listen, I'm going to ask you to not be hard with that because that is not a paper plate. I'll take my glasses off. Nope. Absolutely not.
What?
Nope. We're going to leave it as is. Alex, get off it. Get out of here. Okay. Are you ready? Hold on. Let me get this around my neck.
It might hit you with your this.
That's okay. That's all right. It's meant to be. We do everything with the hat. We do everything. Hold on.
You just put it backwards. Are you ready?
Are you ready?
Yeah. 3, 2, 1.
You can do harder than that. That was so ginger. You can do it again. Not like you're trying to kill me. Like no.
How?
Don't like like you're trying to pie someone in the face. Oh my god. All right, maybe not. Dude, she's gonna give me a black eye. Here. Let's try one more time. We'll do it together. Ready? 1, 2, 3. That's better. Okay, that's good. Step 1 is done.
I'm looking at it now. This is my dessert, Mom said.
That's your dessert? The one that hit me in the face?
Yeah.
Why not give you like a fresh one?
Boys always
Ew. That's disgusting. Ew,
No.
stop. Ew, ew. All right, here. Here. Put this, hold on, somewhere safe.
I'll lick it. I'll lick it after we
Move the
do
keyboard.
egg
Hold on, move the, got that? All right, let me wipe this off real quick. Hold on.
roulette.
I'll
So
explain.
eggs.
I'll explain what we're going to do.
Explain. Then I'll grab
Alex.
the eggs.
Al, do me a favor.
Oh,
Yes.
and Alex.
Outlet. Did I get it all? Hi, Hyper. Hi. Missed a spot, did I? Oh, it's up here, isn't it? Forehead? Oh. Yeah, I know. She really is the perfect mix between my wife and myself.
I know.
Thank you.
I am you.
Okay. So I'm wiping that off. Good. Okay. Let me put these on. Well, I don't even need to put these on to explain. Well, actually, hold on. We'll switch the stuff up, and I'll explain what is happening and what this one is. This one's going to be a short and sweet, but we'll see what happens. Hey, don't put your body weight on the deck. What? I didn't drink ranch dressing. I drank a ranch soda. You have a problem?
Thing?
Yeah,
Did
I
you
chugged
chug
it. I chugged it.
How'd
Hold on.
you react after?
It was disgusting. It's the only one of those like disgusting sodas that I've like gagged.
Actually.
It's really awful. Okay, we don't need that. she said, yes, you do.
Why are you trying to take your head off? Do you want to?
Okay,
I'm gonna crack you on the head.
so now we're gonna do egg roulette, and this is how this is gonna work. So we have 6 eggs. Okay, we have 6 eggs. 4 of them are hard boiled. 2 are not.
I have a strategy.
They are going to take turns. No. I'll explain so you can't cheaty doodle. This is what we're going to do. They're going to take turns. One after they have 2 turns each to try to get a raw egg. Their goal is to pick a raw egg, but they cannot touch to decide. They have to just pick whatever they pick up. That's the one. If they crack a raw egg on my head, I'm going to give them $5 each. Okay.
Each?
Like if you crack a raw egg on my head, if you crack a raw egg, you get money.
Me and Alex get
Nope,
it just
just
if I do.
whoever cracks the raw egg.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I
So
go first?
so hold on.
I'm going first. I'm going first. It was meant for me to do it by myself.
Hold on. Let me put this here. 100% getting a raw egg. Hey, you never know.
Yeah.
Save the hat. Nope, I've got multiple. This is an old hat.
We already know. Yeah, you are.
It's an old hat. It's fine. All right.
Yes,
Oh wait, hold
you
on.
are
Watch out,
getting
Al.
it
Al,
wrong.
watch
Yeah.
out. Back up.
Are you
Hold
gonna
on.
take your hat off for this?
Nope.
No, is he?
Hold
The
on.
meaning of FlashForce.
Here, hold this. Okay. Watch out, Iz. I don't want to get raw egg on the chair. All right. I have a backup chair. It's a little shorter, but that's okay. Okay.
I go first.
Double raw egg, no shot. No way. Protect the floor. I got it. Nope. I've got a towel. Hold on. Is that the one you picked?
Yep.
Now listen. The thing is, listen, don't you dare. Hold it. Just hold it. They're all cold. Like, so they can't be like, oh, this one's cold, this one's not. They were all in the fridge together. It's just that I hard boiled a few of them earlier today. So this is what you're going to do. You're going to act like it's raw and just go to crack it on my head. Just go to crack. Now, don't like too aggressive because we don't want to go splattering everywhere. But take the glasses off. That's not a bad idea. Okay.
Not the hat.
No, nope. The hat's part of the game. It's part of the game.
You do it on the head.
All right. So you're just going to go right on top. Ready? Okay. Give it a hit. Ow.
I don't think that's raw.
Ow. Try again. Try again. Try like you're trying to crack it. Ow. What if it's raw and she just can't do it right? Hold on. I'll do it. Want me to do it to myself?
Yeah.
If this is yours, though, okay?
Okay.
It might be raw. Maybe it's just cold. Ooh, hard-boiled egg. No raw. No raw. Okay, one down. All right, put this one back in there. We'll eat it later.
Eat it. Actually, yes, I want to eat it.
Not now. You can decide that with your mother.
Right.
Okay. Remember, hey, start off not like super like crazy, okay? Be kind, rewind. Because I don't want it to go splattering everywhere. Okay. All right. Like you love your father. Ow! One more time. Listen, are you doing like the point? Oh God! Oh God! I'm glad I caught it.
It was raw? Is it raw?
Yes. Here. It's not fair. It's not fair. Ready? Here.
Okay.
Here. Hold on. Let Al do it. Let Al do it.
3, 2, 1. Oh yeah. Oh my.
Okay. What did I say about letting it go flying? Oh, I got it on my shorts. It's on my shorts.
The shorts.
That's okay. That's why we have extra shorts. All right. Izzy's turn.
So is there a chance if we gain both of them and gain $10?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I can see it.
I can't. No, hey, remember, whichever one you touch is yours. Whichever one.
I know I'm not going to be able to do it.
You want me to do it? Okay. This is Izzy's egg. This is Izzy's.
Here we go.
Okay. I'm afraid.
It's
It doesn't, I don't know. It doesn't feel as dense. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Nope.
Can I eat it?
Okay.
I have a chance.
Dude, listen, there's shell on there. Careful. Put it back in there and then you can peel it when you go upstairs. Okay. Remember, not too crazy. Like on the side. What you want to do is, you don't want to do like the,
Okay.
I feel like what you did, I feel like you did
Oh, how does
this.
it feel?
You
Can
want to
I
do the
feel it?
side.
Oh, that
Yeah.
feels like
You want to do the side.
it is. It is.
Ow.
I think it is.
Is it raw?
That's
That's hard boiled.
Alex,
No,
you
wait,
get
was that,
it.
hold on. So that was 2 for each of you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So 1 raw egg.
Alex gets it.
You want to try to see if you can get it? All right.
Well, that was one.
All right, you try.
I think
Okay.
it might be one.
Izzy gets a bonus shot.
She does?
Yes.
Yes! Why does she get a bonus?
Because she's Izzy.
Okay. I'm Dad.
So that was, yeah, so that's a hard boil. So you can just save that and then eat it like normal.
Do we both get $5?
Yes.
Yes!
Get your body off the desk.
What the heck? I'm bringing my whipped cream upstairs.
Okay. I'm going to need to also come upstairs so that I can try to clean some of this off.
Okay,
Where's the money? Hold on.
Alright,
Hold on. Here, come here. Come here.
so-
Come here.
Is it $5?
Yep. 1 raw egg.
Yay! I got a
1 raw egg.
Yay!
Okay. Okay. I don't know what I do with my glasses. Got a little something? So I'm going to need to BRB so I was just going to change the hat, but now I got to change the shorts. Baron said wearing a hat is cheating. Oh, that's funny. I don't care what he thinks. Can we have a FlashForce logo hat with an egg on it? Okay. The benefit of doing this is I don't have to go shower. I just take the hat off, put another one on, and we're ready to rock. Oh, it's on the shorts. Okay. Maybe I'm okay. Maybe we'll be all right. It's not on the shirt. That's the biggest thing. Oh, put my hand in it. Okay, that's fine. It's fine. Egg is very good for the hair. I've heard that. Hat's part of the brand. Right. Right. Without it, who am I? Okay. There's a reason I did not do this in my other chair. Okay. 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 Hold, please. Oh my. All right. No egg on the carpet. No egg on the chair. We're doing okay. And now they're going to go upstairs and eat hard-boiled eggs. Or so I'm told. Might have to wash my hands again. Love the shirt. I do too. That's why I wanted. I was already wearing it, but I was like, I don't want to get anything on it. What did we miss? What did we miss? Hello, friends. Hi. Oh, my Lanta. Okay, we missed a lot. Bird, thank you guys for all the resubs, man. Thank you for all the biddies. I appreciate you guys. Win on both counts. Correct. They get a snack and they got money out of it. Yes. Oh, man. It's fine. I just need to not touch my shorts. It'll dry. It'll be fine. Jem, how are you? Welcome in. Now want a hard-boiled egg? Hard-boiled egg's a good snack. That was excellent. Great. 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 Awesome. Anyway. I'm not 100% on the plan for tonight. We do not stream on Wednesday, though. I will not be here. Adorable kiddos. They're pretty damn adorable. And they're pretty great, too. It's funny. They'll go at each other's throats, brother-sister style. You know what I mean? Like she did that. He did this kind of stuff. But when it's just the two of them, they get along really well. So I think Landon is the catalyst here. Do you have a closet of just black cats? No. Not a closet of them. Just a few of them. That's all. Call him back to do it all over again. Hey. It is the last stream of the month because I'm not going to be, well, I mean, I guess technically it wouldn't matter any. Oh, I have egg on my hand. That's great. Do I even have a napkin in here? Son of a bitch. Hold on. God damn it. Had it on my arm, didn't even see it. So the plan as of right now, from what I understand, is that we are going to do what we're going to do is we're going to start with some Phasm and we might would switch over to some Mecha Chameleon with the homies. That might be the plan. We will see, friends. We will see. But it is the last stream of the month for me. We'll be back on Friday after today because I'll be gone with the missus for a couple days. Just a short little trip, and then we shall return. Oldest daughter, youngest son get along, and just the two of them, but they get middle son in with them, and it's fight constantly. Yeah, I don't know what's what why? Like what happened? I don't understand. Enjoy the trip. I will. Just a short little trip. Just a little guy. All right, let's get Phasmo open. Taking all the trips. I know. There was a lot going on this summer. A lot of it was pre-planned, like pretty far out. So it's not like it was necessarily spontaneous or anything. Yeah. Kids compound chaos as they accumulate. This is facts. This is true. You did miss the egg smashes. Alex technically won, but I gave Izzy another shot and she chose the right one. So let it fly. Yeah. Sam, thank you for the biddies. Hi, caramba. My kids fight like cats and dogs. Might be because they are cat and dog. Oh, well, that'll do it. For sure. Cassidy, thank you for the 26 months. So, with it being the last day of the month, I'm giving myself a break. I'm giving myself a break, and we do not have gross sodas on the docket for the day. Can you get $5? Only if you smash a raw egg on my head, but it has to be from Egg Roulette. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's not allowed. It's not permitted. Off to bed. See you later, Cap. Have a good one. After the ranch the other day, I don't blame you. Yeah, just a little bit of a break. So we'll do something. It's going to be different today. It'll be different for the day. No sodies, not for today. Oh, Jimbo! Jimbo! Thank you for the subs, dude. Thank you so much, Jimbo. How long did that linger? All night. All night. It didn't go away. I stopped stream. Nope. I was upstairs, like, finishing some editing and doing some stuff. Nope. It was still there. Ugh. Chug like laundry detergent or something. Try to get rid of it. Ugh. Kids have an 8-year gap. The amount of things that they find to get annoyed with each other. Ours are 3 years apart. Very equally. Hi, Millsy. Oh, my God. All right. Let's do the stuff. Mamba! Why is that so soft? I don't know why it's so quiet. Mamba, that's so kind of you, friend. That is so kind of you. Thank you. I'm so glad that we're all here, man. I appreciate you. Luminessa, thank you for the raid. Don't know if that can counter ranch though. Oh yeah. I don't know about all that jazz. Yeah. Tech, thank you for the follow. Slayer, thank you for the 2 years. Miss Mays, hello. How are you? How was stream? Luminessa and the Dreamers are here to spread the light. I appreciate you guys. Welcome in. How are you? Oh my goodness. You guys missed it. My children hit me in the face with a pie and cracked eggs on my head. That's how we started our day. We are doing well. We are doing very well. Millsy, why do you like this? So for the day, for the last stream of the month, if we hit that, we spin the cosplay wheel. Every time we hit that, we spin the cosplay wheel. As for what's on the cosplay wheel, there's a shark, there's a hot dog, there's a banana that I've never worn on stream before, there's a pickle, and a chicken. Have to watch that part when you post the VOD later. Yeah, it's there. I mean, you should even be able to rewind it now if you wanted to. Did some solo custom insanity games were good. Only got once. That's nice. I got. It's funny, Luminous, you say that. Last stream, I also got once, and I was at Bleasdale and I was going around the piano, just kind of messing around, and it was the curse of the piano, man. I was playing it. I was on the other side where the ghost couldn't get me. Still killed me. There's a clip I posted of Doc getting cursed by that, and it got me too. Banana chicken? No, not banana chicken. It's not together. They're separate. One is a banana costume. The other's a chicken costume. I forget why I even have the banana costume, but I've never worn it on stream before. But I have it. You doing the weekly? That's the plan. We're going to start with the weekly, and then after the weekly, we might be switching it up after that or not. No chicken Nana. No chicken Nana. There's no chicken bananas. I can't wear two at the same time. I can't. It just doesn't work. Starbucks, thank you so freaking much for the subs, man. Thank you so much. Scavenger, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Oh my. Luminessa, if you need to raid and run, friend, I appreciate you. I am glad that your games went well, except for that one game. Getting way more blood moons lately. Had a couple. Ooh. I haven't been getting as much the past, week. Not as much. No damn chicken nanas. Got it done pretty quick today. I hope you have an easy time. I'll tell you, the high school game, holy hell, dude. I got done that one so fast. Last week, that was pure luck of the draw. But yeah, lights out. This one shouldn't be too bad. It's because you need to play with Doc. It's why, oh, that's probably a good point. I don't even have a drink down here. Shit. All right, I might have to go back upstairs and get that too. I was like, I don't have anything down here. Damn it. You ever going to Prestige again? Possibly. I've thought about it. I'm kind of hesitant to do it before we see what happens in July. So I don't know. I might hold out. We'll see. All right. Let me adjust a couple things information wise, and then we'll get moving. All right. Change the title. What is egg roulette? Well, it was where I had 6 eggs in a carton, and 4 of them were hard boiled and 2 were raw. And my children were trying to figure out where the raw ones were. If they did, they got $5. So they did. So they got money. Snowflake, how are you? There we go. Why do you have your sound sensors tier 1? I just never upgraded it. That's all. That's literally the only reason. I just haven't upgraded it. Doing a 1 evidence every ghost random map challenge, and all I need is a Dio, Moroi, and a Stinky Shade. Oh, you're trying to literally get every single ghost. Oh my. Oh my. Lavender, thank you for the 11 months. Get back to Phaz. Occupied with Pragmata. Just beat it yesterday. Nice. All right. I'm just about ready, friends. We'll do our spiel. And then we'll do the weekly. This is why I started early tonight. I started early so we could do all that. And then also do the weekly. And hopefully get that done before our normally start time. Okay. Isn't it you put a hard-boiled egg and a raw egg in a water on the sink? Or do I have that flipped? Oh, I don't know. That's a great question. I don't know. Is this going to work or is this being dum-dum? Oh, there we go. There we go. What up, Cloud? How are you? Okay. But yeah, if we get to it today, if it happens today, this is what it is. The egg floats when it's done. Yeah, there you go. I had it sitting in the water, like the cold water, doing all that jazz, blah, blah, blah. Excited to see this on Tanglewood. What was it on last time? Not so chill. How are you? Welcome in. Good to see you. What's up, Lola? All right. There she is. Let me save that actually. All right. Let's do the things. Last week's was stinking brownstone. I know. Oh, you mean that's why you're happy to see Tangle? Yeah, me too. I feel like my eyes are sticky. They should put this on brownstone. Blue metallic crow. How dare you? Fernando, thank you for the 2 months, dude. All right. Let's do it. This week's challenge is lights out. Get your candles at the ready. All the lights are out. This is at Tanglewood for the 5K. There are the player settings. There are the ghost settings. There is the contract. And as for the equipment, we have no flashlight, no headgear, no motion sensor, parabolic, sound recorder, sound sensor, or tripod. And it's a mixture of tier 1 and tier 2. So, game on. Now, as for the settings and what might be unique about it, I don't know if there's really much different, man. Elizabeth, hello. Katie, thank you for the 23 months. Equipment list is looking a little bit light. Yeah, just a smidge, but at least it's not like a lights out challenge at Grafton. Ooh, woof. That'd suck. That would suck. Ghost speed is 100. Evidence given is 3. It looks like it's almost like a pro preset, basically. It was a rather easy challenge. It seems that way. Yeah. Just flashlights are off. I'm imagining that the breaker's broken. Basically professional with no lights. That's what it looks like. And it looks like we get the music box at all times. Hi, Juju. Music box every time. So if you're just not in the mood and you just want to get it over with, you could just go in, get the music box and yeet it and play it that way too. So it's really up to you, friends. I might have to wash my eyes. Got whipped cream in there. Jason, thank you for the 18 months. Tier 2, dude. Just had a good look at my stream. I need another go. I gotcha. Getting closer and closer to Willow rework. I know, man. We're less than a month. Less than a month away. Gohan, what's up, dude? All right, are we ready? Let's do the things. Let's do it.
All right, we're here.
A few weeks ago for the APOC weekly challenge, like an absolute fool, I did all 3 on full sunny, not restricted. I probably did the same. Wait, did I do the same thing? Oh, I don't remember if I did that either. If I might have done the same thing as you, Millsy. I don't remember now. Hey, Venny. All right. Kenneth Miller. We can go ahead and cross off a couple ghosties. No Banshee. No Diane. We have no flashlights. He's looking bare. But with it being lights out, thank goodness they give us the UV glow sticks so we can use this as like a light source, basically. This, and I think, well, we'll do this. Let's try. Let's see how it goes. Wait until it's fixed, right? I think, I don't remember. Also candles, yeah. I'll tell you, the tier 1 video camera, like the view, I don't know, maybe it's just me from ice cream. Not bad. Really not bad. It sounded like it was in here. Kitchen? This kitchen is bitchin'. What the hell? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Where are you? Oh, phalanges. Where are you? Okay. So for right now, we could probably say no orbs and no spirit box unless I'm getting fueled. Good handheld. Oh yeah, on the tripod it's awful. On the tripod it's really teeny. Let's just for now say no. For now. Oh, dots. Woke up from a nap in time to catch a stream. Hello. Give me that guy, give me that guy, give me that guy, give me that guy, give me that guy. Video camera, go over there. Object shrow. All right, that's fine. Hey, at least we have tier 2 dots and not tier 1. At least there's that. It's a little hard to see. $5 degrees. No freezies. What's up, Mark? There we go. Shed some light on this situation. How goes it? It goes, dude. How are you? We've got UV so far. That's it. We don't have anything else yet. So, walking back and forth, trying to get evidences as much as I can. We'll double book. We have Dutes. I'm going to put another one in there. Possible Gurio. It's either a Gorio or an Obambo. So we either have EMF or writing. Okay. Relax with the little wife. Glad to see you, good Sarah. It's good to see you too. Is that a $5? Hey, let's go. That's a Gorio. We're out of here. Hold on. We'll go out the way that it was intended. I like that there's lights on the safe, like colored, like actual electronic stuff on the safe. I did circle Gorio, right? not your neck of the woods get hit with the heat wave? It was really hot here today. Yep.
Welcome back.
Gorio.
Job's ready for you.
This one might just be as easy as getting all your evidence, man. It might be the easiest way to do it. We would have figured it out if we did like a Gorio test, but it was unnecessary. So cool. There's one. Let's go back and do it again. Ninja Potato. Thank you for the 26. Yeah, it was really hot here today. All right, number 2, Jessica Dyer. Why does that name just sound so familiar? All right, let's go. Hot AF in Florida. I bet. I freaking bet. Norm, I'm sorry I didn't say hello last time. Miss you. Hey, sissy, good morning. All right. You like how the glow stick on your belt? The glow stick on your belt shows the light around you like this? When you... Now, I don't know if that charges the UV or not. I guess we could do a test. I haven't tried. Hello? Jessica Dyer. Jessica. Bring Norm in there. We could bring Norm in. Jessica, why are you quiet? That's why. Because you're down here. Oh my God. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you close? Are you angry? Where are you? Probably not. Okay. Let's get more. Let's get more. Poltergeist, thank you for the 9 months. Hello. Went to Universal and Epic yesterday. It was so hot. It felt like I was melting all like on the surface of the sun, basically. All right, give me these guys. Mark down our orbicals, and we'll say I probably don't have Spirit Box. Probably not. But if you're having trouble seeing when you're going through this, honestly, holding the UV and just keeping one of those on you might be your best bet. It could be the way to go. All right. I'll do that. That. Hey, steppies. All right. No UV. Good to know. Okay. No UV. So we have Raiju, Revi, Thay, and Yurei. Okay. I'll do another round, I guess. I need more stuff. Can't tell if it's freezing unless I got the thermo. Ay, caramba. UV is a good call. Yeah, especially if you're having trouble seeing. For sure. Absolutely. Jolly Rancher, welcome in. Bailey, thank you for the prime, dude. And Mark, thank you for the biddies. Hey, Motisha, what's up? All right, give me this, and... Hold on. Might get lucky. I can't tell where I would put the book. I think it's there and it's just flat. Milsey, thank you for the biddies. Appreciate you, friendo. I'll bring in another one of these. Yes, I asked the ghost if it was angry. Almost immediately started hunting and killed me because it was scared. Oh, it scared you so bad? Oh my God. I could look for hiding, but we're beyond that. All right. I need you to start doing stuff, hotshot. If you'd be so kind. Yeah, I thought I heard that. Don't you dare. Are you moving? Hey, what's up, Ember? No? our question. This son of a bitch. I think it moved. Where is my video camera? Right there? Yep. Watch it still be in the basement, I swear to God. I should have checked the orbs. Yeah, whoops. Yeah, there it is. Yep. Okay. Well, we're closer to the door, so I can go back and get more stuff if it's just going to be stingy. Do you think the 1.0 or past that it would be cool if the ghost could hit or punch walls? I mean, I guess so. I don't know. No Goryo then? No. No Goryo. It changed rooms. It absolutely was in the basement and then it moved. Yeah. Mrs. Cookie Puff, welcome in. Hello. Plans for the 4th? Not really. No, not this year. This year we're kind of chilling. Okay. What's my sanity? 74. What the hell are you doing? What ghosties do I have left in there? What the f... Okay. I've got literally everything. I don't even... Oh, wait. Do I have an extra hand? I do. Give me this. Gonna be at work all night, unfortunately. Damn. How are you, Tashi? Nothing. EMF 4 from the event that just happened. I'm good. Okay. So I need writing, freezing, or EMF. That sounds really fast. Like, really fast. Is that a 5? Yeah. It is a Raiju. At first, it almost sounded too fast for a Raiju. This one does not get the satisfaction of a hug. No. Norm, you're coming with. Heartbeat sounded loud? Yeah. No, absolutely not. You get nothing. Is that the basement? Oh, it is. Oh, yeah. Look at that. That's kind of interesting. All right. EMF, dots, orbs, Raiju. Nice. I don't know. Little Tic Tac. Thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate the sub, friend.
Welcome back.
Raiju. Nice. Nice. All right, one more time. Let's go. Working a 12-hour shift the night of 4th of July in the ER. Oh, best of luck, friend. Best of luck. All right, Betty Martin, what do you got? I'm gonna stick to my guns. I mean, it's been working so far. Let's do it. Why not? Give it a crack. Never know. Might get lucky and see some orbs, even if the ghostie's not being active. Nothing yet. No? Okay. Connected to your account. How do you do Twitch drops for Phas? Well, there are no drops right now, so you wouldn't be able to earn them. I don't know where I heard that. It did something, but I don't know where. Ghosty. Was that an orb in the kitchen? It didn't pop up for me, did it? Oh, it did. Oh my god, I was looking at chat. I'm a dum-dum. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Damn, dude, not a single spirit box ghost? What? Oh my Lanta! Not a single spirit box ghost. Watching the VODs earlier while playing solo. Becoming less afraid. Let's go, Mags. Hell yeah. The less afraid you get, the more fun you're going to have testing these ghosts. Honestly. All right. 89, we're good. Okay. UV check. I don't know if it's touched other stuff or not. That might have been the first one. All right, no UV. Put dots here. Put a book over there. All right, let's go back and get more stuff. There's no point in sitting around and waiting when we can double our chances. Double our fun. Mongo, thank you for the year sub. 12 months ago. Oh, hey, how are you on the nostalgia? Thank you for the entertainment, Mongo. I appreciate the sub, dude. All right, might as well, again, like I said, just might as well double our chances. If you have more people with you, just bring in everything that you can. There's no point not to. Oh, newer to the game, what is the quality of life updates meant to be about? Just a lot of fixes. A lot of fixes, but also just giving us some things that we've wanted for a long time. Like restricted versions of the larger maps. That looks like scribbles. It is scribbles. It's really hard to tell because the dots. Hold on. Here, I'll show you. Ah, writing. Love quality of life updates? Hell yeah. I can't see you, dude. Here, for you. Excited for the updates? Me too. All right, got that. We got writing. Mayor Revithay. So, dots, freezing, or spirit box? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Well, that sucks. Interesting. Work for 4 hours on the 4th, but you work at a grocery store? Oh, nice. You didn't see writing? Oh, well, it literally just wrote right in our face. Oh, yeah. Hutch, thank you for the 39 months. What's your favorite new ghost? The Cormos. That's the ghost that I've been asking for like ever. So it's really nice to see it in the game. We'll watch this for dots. Can't wait for what's to come. Very excited to get back into Phas. I know there's going to be such great stuff coming, especially in July to start. And then another update's going to happen in August, which is the second quality of life update. So I also can't wait. How'd the pie go? It went well. She was very ginger about it, so I helped her to make it worse. And then we did egg roulette with Izzy and Alex. Yeah. All right. Either spirit box is being glitchy on me, or we don't have it, which means it's either dots or freezing. I might just music box it on this one. I feel like that's the way. There was a floaty thing on the camera. Thank you. Hey, what's up, Alt? I'm good. How are you? Yeah, let's do it. When in Rome. The longer you stay near the spirit box, the more sanity you lose. Can I show you? Look at my sanity. A visual representation of what happens to your sanity when you're next to the music box. It's going to break when it gets to 0. That's a Revenante. Freezing. Okay, it's just being stingy. I kind of don't want to smudge it. I kind of want to just to do its thing. There we go. I saw the outside for a second. It was beautiful. I think the watch was a wonderful addition. Me too. I'm really glad they did it and nobody even asked for it. Well, I'm sorry. We asked for it. We weren't expecting it. There we go. Revy. Speed gave that one away. We knew it was either going to be a Revy or Thay, and I wasn't near it long enough to age it to the point where it would be that slow. So that is why that was a Revenant. There's our 3. There's the 5K. Awesome. Done and done. Right before ads are about to hit. Damn. Child at the zoomies. Yeah, it was a Revy. But yeah, the biggest thing with this weekly, it's just not being able to see. So having no light is going to be a little bit on the rough side if anybody struggles with that. But just bring in all your light sources. Bring in the UV. Put the dots down. Do everything that you can. Revenants are not cool. See you. They do want to be your friend. They do want to be your friend. Ads are the paid actor. They are. Let's go ahead and do them now. I do 3 minutes of ads every hour if you're new here. And the reason we do it is so that way I can sit here and wait inside of the lobby instead of you having to sit through ads in the middle of a game. So I don't play. I try not to play until the ads are done. So if you're not subbed, if you don't have turbo, we will be right back in 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Get a drink. Wash your face if you got pied. You know what I mean? There we go. Red Riot. Thank you for the 9 months. Welcome back. Gonna struggle. Yeah, like I said, just bring in as much light source as you can. Using the tier 1 video camera not on a tripod is nice. It's a little bit easier to see. I would highly recommend doing that for sure. Yeah. Don't see the ads. That's no problem. It's by chance. None. Yeah, it's by chance. If you live in a region where the ads that are being played are not being served in that region, you're not going to see ads. Yep. So it's just think of it like a bonus. Mr. Chinggis, hello, sir. What are pre-rolls? Pre-rolls are ads that you see when you first either join a stream or if you're watching like a YouTube video that has pre-rolls and not mid-rolls, you will see ads before you get to watch the video. Yep, it's the first thing you see. Yeah. On YouTube, for a live stream, it's different because they're usually automated, so you don't know when they're going to happen. Anyone here pretending to be flashes? No, not today. Somebody that has never spoken in my chat ever went into Chinggis' stream yesterday and told them that they have been a mod for me for 4 months. And funny enough, I was lurking. I was lurking when it happened. What a dum-dum. Like, we don't go into each other's streams and know who each other's mods are. Out of all people. Yeah, what a dum-dum. Such a strong self-tattle. You know, we can't help everybody. Or have some of the same mods. Right. I just got done with the weekly, Mr. Chinggis. I don't know. Did you do the weekly yesterday? What a silly goose. Matthew, I think that's probably true. What would be the point? I don't know. I don't really know. Look on TV before I hopefully get some sleep. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Thank you, Millsy. Appreciate you. No, I need a regular runs. It's really easy. It's just lights out. So it's literally just, it's just no power, no flashlights. You're in, you're out. Yep. Was chatter lying or was there? No, they were lying. No, they were just making it up. Yeah. Like a dingus. Like a dingus. Mr. Chinggis, speaking of dingus, my freaking, my kids hit me in the head with eggs, and it didn't feel good. It hurt. I was expecting just like a nice smash. Nope. Instead of going like sideways with the egg, he went point down. It's like, what the absolute hell? All right, we're done. Yeah, it was painful. My daughter, though, when she pied me in the face, was so nice and so ginger about it. No pity for self-inflicted wounds. It was for St. Jude stuff that I owed. I was like, we need to do it before it gets too late. So, yeah. Do we know what's happening, Mr. Chinggis, time-wise? Do we know what's going on? I knew that I at least wanted to do the weekly. At the very least. And we did that. We knocked that out. Which mods have to work harder? Flash, Chinggis, or Baron? That's a really hard thing to answer. Just woke up from my old man nap. I have no idea what's up. That's okay. I also have no idea what's up. He's chasing naders right now. Oh my God. That man is switching games so much. How about this? We're going to go into a nightmare match while we try to figure things out. Currently trying not to die on naders. Thought it was hilarious that he was called out for being a fraud. I know. It's so good. Hat caught in the way of true trial. No, it had nothing to do with the hat. She was just being so nice. She was being so nice. The little princess. Hey, Ace, how are you? Old man naps are the best naps. I guess I haven't reached that point yet where I do old man naps. Not yet. Yeah. Carrie, hi, friendo. She didn't want to hurt me. No, she wanted to pie me in the face and then eat the rest of it. That's what she wanted. Ain't scared no naders. Chris didn't think of it the 4 months. Think of it the prime friend. All right, let's go to Ridgeview. If we need to like end quickly, we can. Whatever we got to do. Whatever we got to do. Like I said, today is the last day of the month. I'm giving myself a break because we did ranch last time, and that ranch really messed me up. For the whole rest of the night, I was like, I need a break from that. But also, change it up a little bit. So if we do reach the goal today, I will spin a cosplay wheel, and we will wear that cosplay for either the rest of the stream or until we hit it again, and then I spin the wheel again and we change it. So shark, pickle, chicken, banana costume I have yet to wear on stream. Lots of stuff. Yeah. All right, let's go. We have a Billy West. Prevent the ghost running with a crucifix. Capture 2 sounds. Average of 25. Average of 25. Let's go. Ridgeview. I can't wait for this one next year, but again, this is not till next year. So we have no idea what this revamp is going to look like. Can we still see the Easter light in the parabolic lens on here? You can see it without the parabolic lens. Look right there. Oh no, it's near the piano. I heard that. You're not luring me in. I'm not touching the piano. I know what happens. All right, maybe just once. See, it's fine. See, nothing's gonna happen. Chinggis pays his mods and uppies. This is true. I'm not cursed. There's no way in hell it's gonna happen multiple times. But the power's in the garage. Marked for death. No, I'm not. No shot. No shot. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. Let's go get more stuff. I don't see my breath yet, so... I don't know. Why is there a yellow light in the corner? Because it's from the Easter event and they never removed it. Yeah. So... kind of waiting for that to happen one of these days, Alice. Not really sure when that's gonna... I'm assuming, I can only hope that it's gonna be removed on July 21st. We will figure that out later, I guess. Poor Doc, it was hilarious. No, the best part of that entire thing was being able to see him go running across the door and the ghost chasing him. That was the best part. Okay, still no breath. Very interesting. Very Scooby-Doo chase scene, yeah. check temps here in a second. I don't know how I feel right now. Okay. Yeah, it's here. It's either there or it's upstairs, but it's 8 degrees there. Still have the light for, wait. No, we will still have that light for Crimson Eye? Wait, what? Oh, you mean whenever October happens? I sure as hell hope not. Give me all that. Let's go. Reminded me of Tom and Jerry from the... Oh, yeah. Yeah. Can we see... Will we get dots from the yard? Here, we'll watch this. We'll see if we can get evidence from the yard. Oh, I'm typing all caps. Whoops. All right. Could it be throwing through the floor? It could be, but the temperature shouldn't be that low. If the ghosty is upstairs, the temps should be warmer. Ace, thank you for the 4 months. Kristen, thank you for the 4 months again, friend. Just like a sneaky orb in the front of the window tangle. I know. When you catch those, it's super cool. Hello? Where are you?
Older here in the
Are you near?
was taken away.
Where are you?
Found far from the
Are you here?
struck from behind.
Where are you?
Taken away.
Where are you?
Taken away.
Where's Rachel? Where are you?
Slips away.
Are you near?
From behind.
Excuse me, do you realize how much this costs? Hey! Damn, dude. It's not cheap. You can't throw it in the trash. Stupid ghost. Just realized the living room fireplace makes no sense considering where the chimney should be on the... Yeah, correct. It doesn't make any sense. Do I like the new animations? I like the idea of the animations. But the execution was done very poorly. So we're hoping to see some fixes with that. Nocturnal, thank you for the 20 bucks, tier 3. Oh my god. I didn't really like the book or what. I didn't like that book anyway. Book's stupid. Wow. There was one time I did find the bone in the trash can, which was pretty funny. All right. Interesting. Another Nor touch. Let's check that real fast. Wait, can it even be an Obake? No. No baked cookies. No freezing. No UV. EMF 5. Double. You're not angry about the piano, are you? Will you record, please? Jesus Christ. Got a feeling we might know what this is. My Lanta. Oh, you are such a hooker. It didn't record it. Wait, what did it record? Oh. Oh. Dare you to touch the piano again? Ghost don't want none. You don't want none? Stupid. Ghost is a dum-dum. It doesn't want any. Excuse me, a what now? Ghost, I need another audio. EMF, spirit box. Yeah. There it is. No, a 5. Can you touch something else, please? Hello? There we go. Thank you. What the hell? It just canceled itself. Where are you?
Found far from their.
I bet you were. No, I don't even want any more. No. Shut up. Crucifix in 25. Well, there's that crucifix part. I have no idea what the cursed possession is. I could take my smudge and go traveling. Oh no, if it... As I say, if it spawns on top of me... Because it's a wraith, it could. I wish to trap the ghost. 60 seconds. I wish for sunrise. It already is sunrise. I wish for fog. I wish for fog. Good Lord. Got it. Lucifer, thank you for the 8 months. That guy. Get that guy. It still might spawn on top of us, so I do need to be careful, SpongeBob. Oh, wait. Oh, well, we'll let it hunt one time. Welcome to what my wife goes through when trying to record sounds. It's usually not that bad. Changed your name. Let's go. I like the change. That's nice. Do you want me to call you Liz? It's about to hunt. That's a knife. Good Lord, dude. Relax your shit. Bye, caramba. Dude needs his inhaler. We'll go find him for him. We're on it. Ah, he's a smoker. Why are they all smokers? Like, why? Why every single one of them? Except for, like, the one that's crying all the time. Maybe she's sad because she just quit. She can't get over it. All right, let's go. Any drops soon? No idea. Nope. If there were drops soon, you'd know about it because it would be coming through on the Phasmo account. Or you would hear us say it. But yeah, nothing that we know of. So, we'll see. Nice. Rafe. Not going for perfects. We're just trying to get the ghosty and trying to get the objectives, the side objectives. That's it. All right. Ridgeview. Let's go to Camp Woodwind. Let's do that. Do that. Need more clothes. I think we're going to eventually. I think so. Autumn, thank you for the prime. Appreciate the sub. Archmage, how are you? Did you enjoy your eggs? I didn't get to eat them. I should have told them to leave me one for a snack. Oh, they might have. Wait, did they? Hey, there's a full one here they never hit. After stream, I could have an egg. Here. Snack time. Now we're talking. Okay. All right. How many gifted subs eat an entire raw eggshell? No, I would not do that. I'm not risking getting salmonella off of eating a raw egg. No shot. Not gonna happen. No way. Girlfriend, I watch the streams all the time before we play Phas together. The favorite. Thank you, Autumn. I appreciate you. Thank you, and to the significant other. Thank you. Yeah, not doing it. Have you done Metro Chameleon yet? No, in a bit. Oh, so like, no? Listen, I can't be eating raw eggs like that. No shot. All right. Let's see, Marsha Birch. Lucifer! Thank you for the biddies, man. How often do I do the APOC challenges? Not very often. No, but I told somebody else recently, I said, I'll definitely do them more when we get some fixes. For sure. Flash wants to enjoy his trip with the missus. Yeah. Listen, I will put up with some stuff, but that could wreck everything. Can't do that. Oh, thank you, Mayor. There we go. Again, prepped and ready to rock. Call me Liz. Actual name is Elizabeth, but I always went by Liz. I got you. Well, I appreciate you, Liz. Thank you. Whimsy, thank you for the follow. Any tips on playing the big maps like Prisoner School? Parabolic microphone. No matter what tier you use, if you're playing a larger map, parabolic microphone. Tier 1 has a 20-meter range. Tier 2 and 3 have 30-meter ranges, and the Tier 3 is able to hear the floor above and below. This is a helpful tool. 20 meters is way further than you expect it to be. Yeah. All right. We got some Wayne. Like if I wanted to muffle some of the rain, what I could do is actually bring the parabolic microphone like this. Hey, we got the barrels. Let's go. What about 2 ranch sodas in a row? Listen. Listen. Ghosty. Ghosty. Oh, wait, was that the ghost? Shit. Icelandy. That may have been over here. I thought I heard something. What's up, T? You know, fuck it. Oh, there's me. Yeah, it's over here. There we go. All right, we'll take this back to the front. Yoink. You're manifesting a phantom? Roger that. What if you do a buffalo wing soda with a ranch soda? No, that would not be what you think it would be. Absolutely not. All right, give me this guy, give me that guy, give me that guy. I'm going to take one of these. What is this week's weekly? It is Lights Out, and it's at Tanglewood. Don't say Obambo. I was getting nothing but the other day. Oh, you're over here. What the hell? I thought you were in the other one. Oh, all right. Never mind. Scratch that. Lucifer, thank you for the 2 subs, friendo. We got herbs and spices. Sounds like really bad heartburn. Ugh. The ranch one just does not. It's not what you think. You're not like, ranch. Saw Baron trying to down an enchilada. He really struggled, bro. It's those I can deal with. Those I can deal with. Enchilada, like almost all of them except the ranch. Where are you?
A close encounter.
What the hell was I just looking at? What was that shadow? All right, we do need to check for UV to make sure that we don't have a Mamake, though. We'll see. Lucifer, thank you for another gifted, man. All right, let's do salt to check for the UV. What do I have objective-wise? Firelight, EMF, and 2 sounds. Okay, well, need this for it anyway. Look like a lightsaber? Look like a damn air horn. Go! It tried to hit the soccer ball. Okay, it did hit the soccer ball. What the hell? Let's light this guy. Yeah, see? Air horn. Oh, Lucifer, that's really kind of you, man. There we go. There's one. Yeah, see? Look. That'd be great if you did a little walkie-walkie, though. Ghosty. Hey, Silent Storm, how are you? What'd I say I have? Orbs. Sphere box? Right? Where are you?
It's taken away.
Where are you? Where are you?
Right here in the
It's right on top of me. Right on top of me. Yeah, orbs are still there. Find it awfully interesting that you're not walking in the salt. It's just the pathing is horrible, maybe? Let's go get some more. This is so another wraith? Well, that's really interesting because it kind of can't be. It's stuck. Oh, don't say that. It could be. Oh, you son of a bitch. I just need to make sure that it's not a mimic. Okay. Odds are low. Unless it's mimicking an Obake right now, odds of it being one, being a mimic is very, very low. Dan, Cormo, Smare, Onryo, Yokai. What do you think? We do a barrel test real quick? Do a quick little barrel test? Check for freezing. Yeah, we can do that. Do I have a thermo over here? Carrie, thank you for the subs. Did I not even... What did I do with the other? Oh, it's here. I left it on the floor. Yeah, I never brought it in. I literally left it on the floor. Holy shit. That ball went to another universe. Stop throwing things at me, you a-hole. It keeps going down to 1.0 like it's going to go to freezing, but it's not doing it. Just like your kids throwing eggs. No, that's different. My kids actually tried to hurt me. Chat needs more stuff to spend coins on. For what reason? Or here, better question. What would we even add? If it's freezing, it's just being really stingy. 10K's burn a hole in my pocket. There are people with hundreds of thousands of points. Coins. Hi, Dorito. Don't think it'll be freezing. Me either. Yeah, I don't think so, man. I don't think so. Let's get these crucifixes out of there. This, I say, should be out of range. Put it more over here. I think that's the way to do it. That way we're really sure it's not going to hit it. All right, let's get the mirror. Safe to say not a mimic? Probably not. If it is, wow. I mean, it's really waiting to give me freezing, so I don't think so. All right, got that guy. Let's get... All right, light-wise. Let's light it. Let's light it up. We need stuff to spend it on. Okay, well, that didn't answer anything that I just asked. I'll tell you what, I will add a channel point thing that costs 10,000 and 100,000, and it will be literally just to burn the points and you get nothing. It would be something to spend your points on. Would that work? I think I used to have that and I removed it. this. Actually, give me this. Do this. Do that. That looks good. All right. Now, we need to figure out what it is. All we know, all caps, it does nothing. Exactly. Basically, just call it trash can. Yeah. That's what it would be. Just a trash can. Point spending simulator. Oh, I like that. So, Diane, Mayor, Kormos, Onryo, Yokai. Do I want to try to do an Onryo test first? No, I don't. Normal speed. Two evidence? Yeah. So silly. Just so silly. What's happening? There's some sort of a barrier that happens whenever these barrels exist where you can literally just like go back and forth, and the ghost for some reason doesn't know which way to path, so it will go around the table to try to get you. That's why she's struggling. One day they're going to fix it. I can't wait. I can't wait. I hope they do. Man. Oh, that was my fault. Might be. Bitch, I swear to God. It's fully. Okay. You're like right on top of the firelight, right? She was like right on top of it. There's no way. Locked. Welcome in. How are you? You never heard me call the ghost that before? Oh my God, yeah. When they're being meanies? Oh yeah. How was your stream, friend? Welcome in. It's so cheapy. Oh, it absolutely is. It absolutely is. And per kinetic standards, they have stated if you are using a spot that you can die in, then it's fine. You can die here. If I stop moving back and forth, you can die. So to them, these ping pong, these boomerang spots are fine. I can't wait for them to patch them and get rid of it. But it exists. Now, that thing hunted directly on top of that. Yeah, that's me. Just finished running episode of wrestling. I run my Discord friend, fun be of friends. Oh, nice. Beat them up virtually. Hell yeah. Sounds like a good time. Good time had by all. Bigger things to patch right now, I would agree. Hey! Hey! Campfire looks awfully fiery. You know, it's funny. One thing that some newer players might not know is we actually used to be able to use the campfire to loop the ghost, or to use it as line of sight with the ghost where the ghost couldn't see you behind it. It's like you're hunting the ghost. Yeah. I mean, come on now. That thing hunted directly on top of that, yeah? Well, that's not good. Remember those days? Yeah. I'm not exactly sure how I didn't die. Oh. She probably smelled my butt. Holy shit. I couldn't hear her because of the rain and because I was talking. She almost clapped something. Woo. This has got to be a mare, right? It's spawning on top of the fire, which would mean no Onryo. I could do a Cormos test and just stand there and not move to make sure that it is not coming to me because of sound, but it's coming to me because of line of sight. So yeah, I guess I could do that next. Holy crap on a stick. So, yeah. Not a yokai. I mean, I guess technically it could be. I feel like, well, a Cormos would be faster whenever it senses you, but we might be mistaking that with the line of sight. I just walked in more salt. Mare the yokai, that's where I'm leaning. Let it hunt, and then maybe I'll try to do like a quick yokai test. Maybe. I need a little bit closer than that. It's going to stop hunting. I don't think it was close enough. Yeah, I don't think it was close enough. Just stop hunting. Thank you. That on. Let's go turn this on. When in Rome. I'm standing on a crucifix. I would not necessarily say mare. No, I don't think I did a success. I don't think I did a successful test. So we're gonna try it again. Yeah. Goombird, thank you for the 13 months. Careful, SpongeBob. Doing the Point Hope Easter egg with the guy to open the truck to see my very first blood moon. It ended up being a Thay on the top floor. Of course it is. Excuse me. What in the hell? No. They're not for you. Why is Twitch giving you ads? I don't know. I'm not running ads. Sounds like a you problem. How's the test for the yokai work? So the yokai needs to be within 2.5 meters of the player, speaking or using an electronic to be able to sense the player. So if I'm here and it's close enough, I see my breath, which means it might be closer than we think. So if I'm here And Ghosty's kind of close, but far enough away to do the test. And I hit my walkie, it'll come directly to me. Like, basically beyond the table. Beyond the picnic table. It's over there chucking shit. Too far. I think it's a mare. I think it's a mare. I think she came to me. Here. This is for you. Get yourself something nice. Oh, or not. Damn. Okay. Shit. So sensitive. Jesus. Ma'am, would you please knock it off? Do you just learn distances from guides and such? Usually it's just, I don't know. I usually think of distance. If I don't know it, I find out myself. So I don't know about the steps now when it comes to after the animation update or the player character update, but roughly like this right here is close to 3 meters. It should be. I'm gonna have to double check with the steps now because I feel like our steps are faster. It feels like, but basically anything beyond that, the ghost, if it's a yokai, can't hear me. It can't hear me. It can't sense my electronics. If it sees you, that's a different story. That's different. All right. I'm going to have to go with it, man. Unless it's just unlucky, but I don't think it's the Cormos. I don't think so. Kid, thank you for the year sub. Thank you so much. Yeah. Let's go, Mayor. Get out of here. It's 9 o'clock. We should be getting close to our time to do the old switcheroo. You better be a mayor. What do I think about Point Hope Restricted? Love it. Love it. Think it's great.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
This was a yokai? Did it just by chance come to me? That thing was a good solid, like, at least 7 or 8 meters away from me, at least. And it came directly to me whenever I turned my electronic on. I call bull. I kind of call bull on that one. I call bull. It probably saw you, but it didn't see me. I didn't move. I didn't move, and then it started coming directly to me. That's what doesn't make sense. All right. Let's just get prepped to do the thing. Let's do that. Let's do that. We'll just get prepped to do the thing.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
He was mad that you kept ping-ponging him. Probably switched what ghost it was. Classic. Classic ghosty. That's all right. It happens to the best. Smart yokai. No, it's a stupid yokai. It's dumb. Okay. All right. Let me check on these weenies. How the game's going? For the most part, they are good. We did a Camp Woodwind where it was kind of a butthole. Will you be doing a locked-in hunt ever again? Oh, like a challenge? Yeah. Yeah. Why not? For sure. Have you seen the Obake fingerprints on a light switch? Yep. It's 2 prints beside the switch. It's not just one on top of it. There are 2 beside it. I hope you know you made me and a coworker become friends because we both had the plushies attack Cody. Get the hell out of here. No, you did not. Did you guys did not know each other before that? No shot. No way. Kooky. Thank you for the subs, homie. All right, let me check on them. What do I think about point up restricted? Well, I already answered, but I'll answer the same exact thing again. Yeah, I like it. I love the idea of it. We didn't know each other. They actually just won the 80s nostalgia. Oh my God. That's so freaking cool, man. Break is ready for the ting. All right, let's do the thing. This will be fun. We doing a ting. We're getting the band back together. All right, let me switch my category real fast. All right, what do I change my title to? What are we doing now? We're doing more Metric Chameleon with the friends. All right, they're in a call. All right, I need to change my... Hold on, shit. I need to change this again. Hold on. I need to change my push to talk. Shit. That's what it was. Go there. Go there. Nope. Go there. Go to view number 2. Go to there.
If you need a lobby, the lobby name is break. Password is a goober. All one word.
Break is a goober.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
Wait, the server's what?
The server name is break.
Find private server.
Password is a goober. All
Break.
one word.
Shit.
Isa Goober.
God damn it.
Search. Searching. Still nothing. Still searching.
Break.
Break with a capital B. Is
Oh
goober
my
is all
God.
lowercase. Sorry, that I forget. I don't know.
Wow.
I did it right the first
Capitalization is
time.
You shut your mouth.
important. What's up with Ember? Oh, I forgot the game capture. Sorry, guys. You're staring at nothing, and I'm running in
Pro
circles.
I
streamer.
really hate the fact that I have your volume set to 0, but I can hear you in game. Oh, there we go. I muted it. I hit B.
Yeah, we're gonna have
Okay.
to just mute
Yep.
the game again because
Okay.
it's same dude.
That doesn't make any sense. All right,
Everyone's
let me
still
change the
Wait,
game
I
over.
probably should have let
Wait, what?
Flash host the lobby. You had all the maps you had picked out. I have a few, but I haven't had a chance to look.
Well, I guess you're gonna have to download more.
Oh my god.
Oh my God. Waiting on Baron again? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we're waiting on
Well,
Baron
if he's
again.
should Flash host then?
I don't know. You guys tell me.
You've got all of
You've
the
already
cool
got the
maps.
maps. I think
You
that
do
would
the
be
thing.
easier.
You do
Yeah.
the thing. FlashForce is in charge. I'm leaving. Yeah.
Why'd you say you're playing fast? Because I haven't switched it
You're
yet.
so
I haven't
organized.
picked a title for the stream.
Professional streamers right here.
You son of a bitch.
Listen, I am organized. I showered. I ate food after work. Like
Right.
I was doing great.
Password. Max. If it's just us, right? Then so it's just should be just 4 of us for now.
Just leave it the same.
Okay. The name is Flash. The password is Force.
I swear to God. I swear to God.
You can swear to
Capitals
whoever
or
you
no
want to.
capitals?
There's no capitals. None.
Here, I'll go see if we can't wrangle the Baron.
You know he's in here, right?
No.
All right. There we go. There we go. We fixed it. I did the thing. Another chaos chameleon stream? Oh, we're going to try. All right. What do we think? Huh? We excited? Huh?
This is probably gonna go really. You're gonna find me so easy tonight, but
What do you mean?
I'm ready for it. I don't know. The last time I played, I was tired, and it wasn't going well, and I feel equally tired
Oh, I need
tonight.
to get a drink. I feel like I'm falling apart. Well, don't.
Skill issues.
Yeah, just fix it.
Just don't.
Oh, here.
I see the mission.
Chingus, name that movie.
Uh-huh.
He's busy just walking in circles. Hold on, he's a lost dog.
No, that's not me.
First time seeing this game. I love the way you run. It's so funny. I love it. I love it. Sound. No, everything should be where it is. All right, you'll just have to let me know if any volumes are weird or if they need to be better. What the hell? Do we have double Chingus in here? Do we need Chingus number 2 to rename himself? Does he know also we can't hear him at all?
Wait, you guys can't hear me?
No,
What?
Baron,
No, Baron.
Oh.
wake up.
Baron.
Hello?
Chingus
Oh,
the second?
hey, he is here.
Yeah.
Hi, Chingus number 2.
Wait, where did all these bodies come from?
Oh,
So
hey,
which
welcome. I
one's
see
the
Chingus literally
real
did just wake up.
Chingus?
Yeah. Oh no, I literally did just wake up. Yeah. But
Shanny, think
is
of the
there
28
a-
months.
Why is there a human centipede?
Okay.
Why not?
All right. Chingus
I don't
and
know
I
if
are
I started
two
it.
very distinct, different individuals. Thank you very much.
One of you is a little bit more proper with the capital C.
Well, it is a name.
I mean, that is
That's
true.
actually-
Two of us
that's
here have
actually not-
capitals. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Well, la
Ooh.
dee
Some
da.
of
Yeah,
us
I'm outta
don't
here.
Feel the need
I
to
know.
capitalize our names.
Wow.
Listen, I know
Wow,
Baron's
break.
saying
Wow,
he's trying
weird.
to be proper, but
Are you? Were you stuck in the floor? What was going on? That was weird.
My creation.
I mean, my creation.
It's art.
It's
Need some
it's
bows?
art. I touch it.
FlashForce, you need some bows?
Bows?
Some
Kind of bows.
You want to shoot some bows? Some natty bows, baby.
Oh, I see what he did there. I'm picking up what he's putting down. Yeah. Oh, he left.
Yeah.
Oh, I miss him already.
Aw.
They didn't.
So wait, can you like still
they start off-
yourself as like a?
So-
yes,
Thing
so
now?
they've added
You made
things.
clones
How the fuck do you clone? Hold on.
with the Q
So
button.
hold on.
buttons.
So
Q.
Chingus, I'm just gonna say this right now. If you use the clone and the clone gets found,
You are
get
dead.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, didn't
Okay,
know
so-
that. Found that out
Yeah.
the hard way.
Q
So you can
is
use
to
it.
put down your clone, and then
can use
X to recall your clones.
But if it gets shot, then you're out.
That's right.
Hmm.
All right. Okay. This is gonna be my first time actually setting up this stuff. So do we want to do infection to start?
Whatever you
Yeah,
want
that's
to
what
do.
we usually
Okay.
do.
And
sounds
then
good.
as for map, do we want to do one of the custom maps?
Sure. Yeah.
One of
Okay.
the
Do the
stuff
thing.
in the
Do the
tins.
ting.
Okay, I'll do the
ting.
ting.
Whatever you want to do.
Let's see. Let's see. Or do we start or do we warm up with just like one of the ones they want to give us?
I'm already warm.
Oh,
Mm.
That's
Yeah.
disgusting.
Uh,
Let's do
oh,
we're gonna do
there's
random
some-
to start just to see what it
Yeah,
does.
Never mind.
Okie dokie.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right.
do it.
Search time
I
is
don't
300.
know if random will include the.
That's
just as
fine.
a heads up, I don't know if
Oh,
random.
that's
will
fine. I'm
include
not.
the
If it does
custom
one of
maps.
the regular maps, that's fine. All right. Hunt wait time is 60. Search time is 300. answer check is 30. Do I need to change whistle stuff or no? The forced
What's
taunt
the-
interval.
Yeah, force on interval is how often that it. Normally, I kept it to like 30 or 45 seconds.
All right, we'll do 45, and then if we want to make it a little better, we can change it. Mr. Wahat's, hi, friend. All right, well, we'll change whatever we need to, but let's do the thing. Oh,
Doing the ting.
you can even change. You can even choose the square size. I'm gonna start with this. Relax, Natty.
Bye, I've been drinking.
It's me.
Oh God.
Oh dear. Oh.
Why you say, oh,
Oh
dear?
dear. Oh dear.
What's the map?
Oh,
I have
dear.
certain number of shots.
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
I see 5 shotgun shells.
Oh my God, that's horrible.
You can
Change
only
that.
shoot 5 times?
Maybe. That's not a lot of time for you guys to paint either. We might increase that. Ready to go.
That was not a lot of times.
Like I said, yeah, it was not a lot of time. Wait a minute. Were all these gnomes here before?
No.
No, I just noticed that now.
Oh. Yeah, I do wonder if the random does. Oh, wait, my God. Wait, was there a chicken here before? Yeah, I wonder if, oh, wait, I didn't mean to shoot. Oh my God.
Oh no.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah.
I'm down to 4. I don't know if that, like, increases over time or if you're just, oh, that's all you get. 1 ammo is consumed on a miss. 1 ammo is restored on a hit. No ammo is consumed when shooting at fleeing players from their update. Oh, thank you. Okay. Hey. Anybody want to tell me where they... Hey, hey. Not a piece of meat. Hey. I swear to God, if one of you is a horse wang, I'm going to be pretty upset. Hey. You call me chicken?
So you can toggle the ammo limits in your options.
Ah, okay. So we can do that.
One
Like-
is consumed on a
Just see my
miss,
way.
one is restored
yeah,
on a
that's what I
hit.
just read, or that's what someone was just informing me on.
Okay.
There's so many changes.
I know. Well, not that many. But there's sheeps in here. There's all kinds of fun stuff.
Oh my God. Wait, why are sheep fun again?
Why are they fun again?
Yeah.
What do you mean, why are they fun? Why are they not fun?
Why are they fun?
Is someone hiding in a hole?
I don't know, but you apparently
No.
looked at Baron a lot.
Did I? Well, not a lot. 186 isn't a lot. 186 ain't a lot. Where are you? I could just go this way, abandon ship a little bit. Looking around at what else is new.
It's so big.
There's somebody over near the P tank. But I
The
don't know
P
where.
tank. What is the P tank?
It's a big yellow tank full of pee. Yeah,
Oh.
and there's somebody that's in this. Like hiding in the darkness somewhere here. Unless you're hiding behind it.
Darkness.
Huh? I'm
No
struggling.
one's in there.
I might have to abandon ship on this one just because
Go away.
shut your face hole. Hey, hey. Hey.
What's the matter, Flash?
Guys, stop. I hear it. Where is it? Are you? Oh, you piece of shit.
Oh, he got
Oh.
Chinggis one.
So that did give me 1 ammo back.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I see him down there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
All right.
See
There,
nothing.
there was a whistler over here somewhere. But apparently I saw Baron at some point.
No, I don't think so.
I think I did for like a smidge.
I would have known if you had seen me.
You know,
I would have told you if you.
you know, that's a really good point.
You won't whistle right now. You won't do it.
I will not.
Shoot him again. Hi, Dahlia.
Oh gosh.
Oh, that was close to me, Mr. Chinggis. That is close to me, sir.
You look for Baron. I'm gonna look for a break.
Okay. Baron, can you come out and say hi?
Hi.
Well, wait, you didn't do it, did you? just pop your little head out. Give me a little wave.
Okay.
You're so full of shit. Oh, you're running just like Break was?
Maybe. You know, we haven't heard from Break this whole time. I think that we should just never mind. Never mind.
I went to run away and I realized
It's
that
like
my
the
face
worst
on the back
possible
of my
case
head.
action.
It's more in front of me. It's definitely over here somewhere. It. Yeah. Sorry. I'm calling you an it. I didn't mean to do that.
Wow, it's over here.
It's over
Oh,
here.
There is new chickens.
Are you in this? Oh yeah, the square body. I forgot we could be squares.
I used all of my bodies to make this, try to make a hay
Oh,
bale.
I see. That's a good idea
It
though.
looks pretty good, man. Yeah.
I tried.
I forgot that I keep forgetting that we can make ourselves a little square. Look at those little square cheeks in there.
Well,
I dig it. Yeah, we can make the hiding time longer for sure.
So
yeah,
as
I
a
definitely. I
gnome,
was like,
That was
oh,
fast.
shit.
That was really fast. Fuzzy Ferret, think of it, the 7 months.
but it's really hard to be a gnome.
Hard to be a gnome.
effectively.
Roger that.
Yeah.
Says you.
I was just walking by and I was like, one of these things is not.
All right.
like
What
the
about
other.
These things is not even close.
search time is
And I should try to
300.
Run on top of it.
Hunter wait time is
Oh.
60
Well,
seconds.
You know, and my face. Then I learned my face was on the back of my head.
So where's the time? Hold on. Number of hunters 1. Hunter wait time is 60 seconds. Is that how much time they have to paint initially or no? Do we want to try like 180?
For
Yeah.
hiding?
Yeah.
I would say if we're gonna do that for one of the, I think I would rather go to one of the newer maps that
Yeah.
you can get like really into
Yeah,
it,
yeah, yeah.
and
We
then
can do
just-
that.
Sure.
We can do that. All right, let's do. Let me look through. I've got a few downloaded here. You know what? Let's do this. 3 minutes is
genius.
good.
Way
Yeah.
to not have it installed.
Wow.
Apparently
I know,
most of
right?
us.
Wow.
I feel like we're gonna see this happen often. Oh, I could have turned the ammo limit off. I'll do that on the next one.
No. The ammo limit's good.
Okay,
That way it keeps you from just being able to spam it everywhere. You know.
that is true.
Yeah.
Yay! Break, is it you?
It's break.
Break. We're on
Why
Tanglewood,
would
by
you
the
ask
way.
that? We're Tanglewood?
Yes.
God damn it, it's every
So last time, friends, what I did was
Every
this.
time we
Very
play that
nice.
map.
Was that. All right, time to do some searching. Do we play Phas? We're playing it right now. Outside would be good. Oh man. Is that possible to even like, can I get that height? I'm not the right height. That's my problem. You know what I mean? I'm too tall. If I was the shorter one, I was already the Culk. I already did it. A bush with flowers. Yeah, that'd be really obvious though, I think. It's going to stand out like crazy. This would be good if it allowed me to, oh my God, can you imagine? If I could do this? Oh geez. Okay. All right. I'll try to be Norm another time. I'll try. Not this time though. I feel like I'm going to stand out so much, but I don't. Okay, I have 95 seconds. I've got to pick a spot. Gotta pick a spot. I'm looking. Can you go in the trash can? Probably, yeah. I imagine so. Is it possible to make myself into this? Like, can I be flat? Oh, man. Oh, man, that's the idea, though. Oh, no. No. It's not going to work. Shit. I'm just going to panic. I'm trying to see if I can do it, though. Wait. Maybe it will work. Come on. Just allow it. Just allow it, please. There was a spot. I saw it. Nope. Nope. Panic. We got to panic hide. Panic hide. Panic hide. Hyper, thank you for the 19 months. What if I just... I was going to say, what if I make myself into a mattress?
Where would a ghost be hiding?
I can't believe she walked right past you. Hi, my name is... What is it?
Russell.
Russell. Who's Russell?
Okay. You need to go watch some movies.
My name's Russell.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Hey, is the movie in question a kids movie?
Maybe.
Okay. I'm an adult and don't wish to be on a watch list someplace, so probably have not seen that.
You know you have a child,
You
right?
have a child.
Yeah, but only if he wants to watch it. I can't just use him as an excuse to be able to watch like movies however I want to.
Sure you
I
can.
thought that's exactly what children are for.
No, I'm not behind the TV, Frank, or underneath the bed.
Wow. Well, maybe you could be.
All right, I am in arguably the best spot on this entire map.
What would that be? Exactly.
I'm going to be honest
We
with you.
can't see each other in this.
I think you
mode.
could
It
have
kinda
you could have
sucks.
doubled your the amount of time, and you probably still wouldn't have seen me.
Are you all hiding together?
Okay, all right. Somebody clearly is stream sniping, obviously.
Because when you guys whistled, see, it sounds like someone else is close. When you guys whistled, it sounded like a little bit of an echo. Oh, were you outside?
No,
He
no,
was in
I
the
panicked and I
basement.
ran downstairs and I just hung out down there for the whole time.
I was like,
No, I had ideas, they just weren't working.
Outside.
Son of a bitch. Hyper, thank you for the subs. Mr.
Little boy's
Chingus.
bedroom.
Mr. Chingus.
Where you at, Chingus? Huh?
in here? Is he in here?
He's
Huh?
got to be. He's somewhere.
I
over there somewhere.
haven't seen where he
Oh, voice a
is.
shot. All right, I'll be a slurry little snaggy snag.
Nigga.
Little snack is
Snake.
snack.
Needle snake.
I don't know.
It's a snacky
Mm.
snack.
Dang guys.
What?
Bet you won't whistle again.
You won't do it, you son of a bitch.
I will in 5 seconds.
Okay.
Just give me 5 seconds.
Why not now?
All right, I'm gonna sneaky snake my ass around here a little more. Like a Minecraft zombie? That's right. Oh,
There it is. You
be-
got it. Hi.
oh, there he was. Oh, he was up there.
Yeah.
I didn't look good enough. Oh, you sneaky little bitch.
Did you see my
No, where are you?
Hold
in
on,
the garage?
I like
Just a
it.
couple of mannequins.
Just a couple of
hanging out.
mannequins having a good time.
It's good stuff. Yeah.
Oh,
You know,
man.
You get GGs
The tool
for that.
bench. The tool. I mean, not the tool
I'm
bench, the
trying
wall.
to use the
I don't know what I would
decoys as
possibly
well.
be, but I feel like that could be really funny.
Oh.
All right. Do we do Faz again? Just little poops. I like the little sound it makes.
We can do whatever you want, sir.
All right.
Yeah, I'm up for anything.
Let's
Have
do
you guys,
Faz one more time.
Have we
Alright.
done the art one before?
We have done
Um,
the R1.
We've definitely done it. Wait, did I say I wanted to be
Which one
larger?
was the
Genius
Faz
has
one?
tried it.
Yeah.
No, we'll be smaller. We'll do this. Yay! Tangles.
Yeah.
Does it break again?
No, it's me.
Not me.
Okay.
Wow, I actually get a hide! Yay!
Like, could be funny to, like, blend in. Just like blend in on this. And just not even do anything else. Literally just try to blend in with the wood. I think it should be lighter. Is it not lighter? Be the saw. Be the saw. Be the saw. Oh my god. I can't. Mother effer. Ah. Oh. On. It keeps thinking that I'm too, like, I could try to be like this and then try to blend in, but man, that's like, if I try to do this. Oh, now it says I'm too buried. Be a second saw. Oh, be up here. Be another one. That's actually kind of a good idea. I kind of do like that. I feel like, oh, but up here though, look how much whiter, like how much lighter this is up here. I feel like I'm gonna need to, like, oh man. Nope, 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 nope. That's not what I want to do. Look how bright this is. I didn't mean to do that. No, I want the saturation there, but man, it's not like I can't do that because I can't be brighter. That's my issue. My issue is I can't be brighter. Oh god. Nope. I'm just gonna probably have to eat it. Or I just blend in with the fucking block up here. But if I'm gonna do that though, be the support beam. Oh, it says that I'm... Oh,
Wow. Flash, I didn't know you could get up there.
you can't even see me.
Sir, Bachingus doesn't know that, sir. He would be looking high.
Oh,
He'd be
oh,
low.
yeah, thank you.
Oh my god. Oh. It's the Kool-Aid man.
Oh, yeah.
My god, I don't know where break is, but Jesus.
Why are you saying my name?
Well, be nothing.
Baron?
Nothing.
I can smell you. I can smell you.
Sir, if you smell me, you smell lavender, okay?
I can smell you.
I don't think Chingus smells anything. I think he's just making it up.
I can smell you.
Do I?
I think
smell
he lost
mine?
his. I
At
think he
least
lost it
put
because of
some- I
COVID.
put some lotion on.
It puts the lotion on the skin or it gets the hose again.
Puts the lotion in the basket.
I
Puts
could-
the lotion in the basket.
I could put another one on the other side. Maybe.
Uh-oh. Oh.
Ouch.
Chingus slowed down and was like, well,
The second he
Right.
jumped on the planter, I was like,
I
well,
don't think I have time. I can't.
you know that Flash shares a birthday with Stone Cold Steve Austin? Oh, that
you
must
know,
be cool.
I did hear about that. Yeah.
I
That
don't
was a
like
good
to talk
try.
about what my birthday
Ow.
is. Wow.
That was a good try.
Again, I get too committed.
You had Flash.
I was hiding by
You
the
get too
garage.
committed, and then you have to like panic and
Oh,
just
gotcha,
hide in a
gotcha.
random
Oh
spot.
no, I
Is that
couldn't hear
what
the
you're
whistle.
saying?
What was that?
What?
Look, Chingus
Yeah, I
saw
didn't
him
get to
for
hear the
like half a
whistle.
second.
Hey.
Oh, okay. Frank's like,
Where was Baron?
What a trash bag.
I tried to do
Oh,
it. Yeah, I
man.
tried to do it. I tried.
He tried. That's a good try.
Valiant
He's
effort.
He's really trying to use those
Baron was
clones to his
trapped in that
advantage.
shirt.
Effort.
Who voted negative?
All right, we'll try another one.
Yeah.
We'll try a different map.
Chingus was like loaded in, and he was just looking, and Break's number was just going up and up and up and up and up. And I was like,
You can go in the
Break
truck.
is-
Yes.
Like,
Well, I
no.
don't
Yes.
see, when you're,
R.I.P..
you don't actually see the
It's
count
like,
go up.
yeah, it updates it every
like-
30 seconds.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So it just says that you looked at her a lot.
Do you guys want more than 180?
What?
We
for
might
how
leave
many-
the bullet thing on.
like, if you did something like Where's Waldo or an art map or something like that.
Or
then
one
I would
maybe
say
that we
yes.
haven't done at all before that's brand new to us.
Nah,
Yeah.
those you do 30 seconds.
Okay.
All right, brand new one. Brand new one, 180. Let's do it.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
do it. I'm not even scared.
We're doing Courage the Cowardly Dog. We're gonna leave the bullet reminder. We're gonna leave the
Let's
bullet
see.
thing as
Let's
is.
see what
Courage the
Flash-
Cowardly Dog. Hell yeah.
Yes, sir.
Let's go.
I haven't even played it yet. I still smell the whipped cream.
Bearded Baron. Imagine.
It took a second for
Imagine
it to,
having
it
the
took a
wake
second for it to
prevent.
load. I don't
It's
know what
got
you
to
want.
reroute to another
Look
country.
at a second. Right? I don't know.
Real
why we're
cute,
hating on
Lucy.
me.
We can do it. Oh man, if I could look it up real quick, I would be the return
All
the
in this
slab.
together.
Oh boy. Oh my god.
What the hell?
What is this?
Oh my god. This is great though. I like it.
Holy hell, man.
Oh, I love it. Oh, look at that house. It looks so good. I love it. I love it. I love it. Lucy with the 5K badge. Oh my God.
Muriel.
Okay. Okay. We're just getting lay of the land real fast. Real fast. Okay. Courage the Cowardly Doghouse? Yes.
I guarantee you there's no way you're finding me.
I hope you get found
I've
first.
never played this map before, by the way.
He's done. He's getting found first. I feel like I don't want to be like in the attic or something like that. I kind of want to just like try to put myself somewhere I'd say obvious, but maybe not too obvious.
Oh, all of the smoothness of the stuff actually makes it kind of hard to hide.
Oh my God. I need land. Land. Nope. Oh, it won't. I'm trying to straighten it out, but it won't do it. Was there a face outside the door? Oh, I didn't even look. Oh, apparent. I can't do it. It will not land. It like wants to overshoot every single time. Fuck it. Might have to go with it. That's crazy. Can I be seen? I'm stuck.
What the hell?
I'm trying to free cam and I can't.
How big is this map?
Go against the window? Okay. Try switching to another person's perspective. I don't think I can. Oh, left click for the hunter's point of view. Okay.
Break, I think that's probably the best look that you've done for your character.
That's a great courage.
That is a
I
great
tried. I didn't have a lot of time.
You did great. Okay. But I can't free roam. Can I free roam from here? No.
I'm not gonna.
It's a pretty sweet map, though.
Yeah, is.
Oh my God, there's a
No
whole
way I'm gonna
upstairs.
find
Thank
anyone.
you.
I was just
There's
gonna
an
say, I
entire
just missed out.
stairs.
There's an attic up here.
I spawned in the attic and
There's an
haven't left yet.
attic? Jeez.
Did you? It spawned me in the basement. Oh, interesting.
We could even do the modes where like it's one hunter and it just stays one hunter, but then we can see where each other are.
Yeah.
Yeah, because then yeah, you have more time to. See
Well,
each
then
other.
it's just
I
funny.
like
You're
the
able to go
infection
around and
because
see.
then it picks up.
Yeah.
You have more time to see each other's hiding spots and stuff. Yeah.
Some brave bitch is up here whistling away. I wish I could see you.
Excuse me. Sounds like you're right
Hero,
here.
thank you so much for the
You're
9
so
months. It's a
mad.
Twitch baby.
The
Oh
only
my
person
God.
I've seen is Chingus a tiny bit.
Ching is a tiny bit. Oh, I guess so, yeah.
What
You
the?
said it was a good size.
Ching is just tiny. Yeah, that's what I meant. Why is it so dark up here? Are you outside? That's what it sounds like. Good gravy.
I think that
No,
with all of
you
the
can't
floors,
help it.
I think that it
Okay.
just
Probably not going to
sounds
get any
like-
points. That's okay. No, it's not. Honestly, we're not even doing
Yeah,
it trying to
probably
like
just sounds like
everywhere.
you're right
farm
there, so that
points. Like
probably
there's
means you're
going to be. This is our
downstairs,
first time
huh?
even playing this map.
God damn it. Because I still
they're
haven't seen you. There's
100%
no
not
way you're
dead.
up there.
Doing great, kid. You're doing great. You're doing good.
Right, I will give you a hint, Break. I am on the first floor.
Okay.
That's where I am. I still don't think you're gonna find me, but I
But
I
you're
am
down
also on
here.
the first floor,
What if he's
and
the
I think that
TV?
I can be found.
It's the TV. I knew it.
He could be.
I
That's not helpful. Yeah, you're right. The sound, the whistles, like
It throws you off.
it throws
More
you
than
off
anything.
because you can't tell what floor but you can't tell what floor it's on.
See,
And when
what's
everyone's
tricky about my
whistling at the
spot is
same
that it's
time,
up
I
high,
wish
so it
was
makes it sound like it's on the
around
second
outside.
floor. There's a what outside? Oh,
There's a curve
he's running around.
Yeah.
I wish
Maybe
it
that's
was
one
like
of
a
us.
super
Awesome.
precise, but
Oh my
Yeah,
God,
that's
trying
I
to
can't
match
even
this.
believe that I can hide here.
What if I told you all three of us are on the
Like-
first floor?
no, I believe you. I haven't seen any of you.
You saw Chinggis for like a second, wherever this is.
Yeah. Good luck on that one. You haven't seen him since.
I haven't seen him since. What the? You guys are so small. Everything's so big.
There you go.
Thanks.
Oh, he ran out there.
you
Okay.
go.
He took pity on me.
Oh, okay.
You're in the mirror?
No.
No, he's
No?
above
Are
it.
you in the fridge?
How did you get under there? I had that same idea, and my guy wouldn't go under there.
I
my
you turned
Oh,
side
you're
by-
in
Oh
the
my
fridge in
God.
the
Yeah.
cabinet.
Where's
What the
Flash?
Where's
hell?
Chinggis?
Oh, Flash was
Oh,
behind
Chinggis
the
came down.
curtain.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Chinggis came down.
You
Yeah.
can't even
Oh,
get
yeah,
out of
you're
my
toxic.
spot to see where you guys are at.
Oh
She's
my
toxic.
god. That was rough.
Wow. It's hard. That's a tough one. We can do a different one, though, if you want.
Baron cheated, confirmed.
Wow.
Which one should we
Hey,
do?
I helped her out. I
Which one do
said
you
I
guys
was
think
down
we
on
should
the
do?
first floor.
That's a really big map. It is. There's Fall Guys. There's a board
Look,
game back room, which is like
I don't even
it's a
know.
bunch of board
Like, even
games.
if you would have gone up there and
Luigi's
seen,
Mansion.
like if for
Bob
some
Ross?
reason you saw like the contrast,
Bob
or
Ross with
something to
240.
it, like, could you have even shot in there?
I don't know.
Simpsons.
Like,
You
we
know,
know
like, is
that
that a
Mario
broken
Kart.
we know
spot of
under the
game?
bed in
Happy Little Trees?
Tanglewood, you
Bikini
can't shoot
Bottom?
underneath there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we found that out.
All right. Download it.
Sorry.
It'll be fine. I have. This is another. I haven't played this.
Well,
I haven't played this. Oh, classic! Wow. Well, to Bikini Bottom we go, friends.
Ooh,
He said, "Ooh."
who lives on a pineapple under the sea?
I'm in.
"Oh, we do.
I'm
We
in.
do." I haven't played this map yet.
SpongeBob SquarePants.
Oh my
far
god,
can
you
you
got 230 seconds to hide?
Yes.
Jesus Christ, man.
Yes. So you have more time.
I'm
My
glad I'm
God,
not
there's a
streaming.
lot. Oh my God.
And here we observe.
This map is big.
Great
Jesus
daylight.
Christ. Can we go
Big
into the Krusty
Baron
Krab? Oh,
and
we can.
FlashForce.
I can be
Trying
SpongeBob
to
behind the grill.
hide in a SpongeBob map. I'd love to narrate for you all,
Bikini bottom.
but I can't actually see them.
Sure you could. What do we do? What do we do? Should I paint myself as SpongeBob?
I mean, I guess technically, because you're live, I could, but I wouldn't do that.
What if you be a Krabby Patty? Oh, how would I do that? I wouldn't even know where to begin. Like, I go like this. Too bad you're not square. I know. That's okay. Be a Krabby Patty? Should I just be like this? Hold on. Hold on. Let me look it up. I need to see a cartoon version of it. Okay. Use the colors of the picture on the wall. Of the picture on the wall? What? Blood Clay! Thank you so much for the raid, dude. The picture on the wall? What? There's some on the grill, I think. Oh my God, there is one on the grill. Should I just be a huge Krabby Patty? I should just be a huge Krabby Patty. Like this. Like this. Right here. What if someone else has the same idea? Do you know how stupid it's going to look? What's up, Jazz? How are you? Nice buns. Thank you. Or sand in my buns. Or a jar of jelly. Oh, I could be the thing of ketchup over there. Should I just do it for the memes just to be funny and stupid? Wait, what if I did this? Hold on. Oh no, because I would have to paint it perfectly. It could be the spatula. How the hell am I going to do that? Water in the sink. Oh, that's a good idea. I kind of like that. The deep fryer. Oh, be a thing I like fries. You shut your mouth. Or grease. I wouldn't even know what to like. Should I make it just darker? Kelp fries? Oh shit. Hold on. We'll see if I have time. Hold on. Cologne to fill. I will. Laying sexy. But
Oh, ready or not, here I come.
should I try to paint like...
Dude, this map is huge.
It's kind of big. Where is he?
Oh, if I know Baron. And
Taking notes when I play with friends. I'm just trying to figure out if I just want to
probably wide out in the open because
fill this space like it is, or actually try to like turkey in the sink. Oh my God.
Hi, welcome to Krabby Patty, home of the Krabby Patty.
we say welcome to Krabby Patty?
He dressed as like Squidward or something.
Hold on. Hold on. Let me get a screenshot. Joe, don't move. Don't move. All of the whistles sound like they're like right here. You know what? I will chase you. It's fine. I will give chase. Oh man. I just came around that corner and saw toesies.
Listen, I didn't want to hide too much. This is a huge map. I didn't want to go in some deep dark corner.
Bigger and found. Bigger.
It's right here.
God damn it, dude.
Valiant
I was gonna go for
fries.
kelp fries at first. I should have gone with
Valiant
my.
fries.
I should have
Valiant
gone with
fries.
what I
You
was
get
gonna do in the
cheese.
first place. Mistakes were made.
Oh, were we all hiding by the Krusty Krab?
Well, yeah,
Everyone was, yeah.
obviously.
He took off running before I could get my screenshot out, but
Well, yeah, because you
effectively
murdered
was there.
someone instantly.
No, I didn't. I saw him and then he ran. I couldn't even get
It would have been really
was,
fun if I would have
was
been.
of
SpongeBob.
him.
If I would have been what I was going to be, I would have been directly
only
behind
have
him
one eye?
as of Krabby Patty.
SpongeBob.
No, I
but-
used both of my clones. It was just like this like
Oh.
weird version.
It's because you ran away with the other half of your
All right.
face.
SpongeBob with fucking 6 Squidward colors.
We're
It
doing it
wasn't
again.
even yellow.
We're doing that one again.
I tried.
All right.
Should have been anchovy. I know. We'll think about it this time. If I'm a hider. Listen, it's not always about trying to be sweaty and actually trying to hide. Sometimes it's just about being funny. I should have gone with the Krabby Patty. Okay. All right, game on. Now the Krabby Patty is going to be obvious. I mean the what you call it's going to be super obvious. It's the chum bucket here. Oh, yes it is. Oh, Plankton's already here. Son of a bitch. Wait, hold on. How do I make this happen? What if I'm Karen? What if I'm Karen? What if I'm his wife? How do I make that happen? Do I do like a sitting one? Do like a sitting one or something like that? You aren't square though. I know. But what if it's just close enough, you know? What if it's just close enough? I could do like this. Gary the snail. I could be Gary next time. We're going with Karen. We're going to try to be Karen. So if I go like this, right? And then I go, hold on. On top of the fist, like this. Or like this. Do it like this. I think like this. Do it like this. And then hold on. I need like a I need a big surface to paint on. Or like oh no. All right, go like this. No, but it's got to be wide. It has to be wide. That might be the best I got. I think I should. I think I should go for it. It looks like he's lifting her up. Okay. Oh man, I wish the screen was bigger. Too bad the arms don't go down. I mean, unless I do this. Hold on. Like this, maybe a little better. No, I've already done the 3. This is good enough. I like it. That's fine. All right, Karen had like a black screen. The scrunch pose side by side. Yeah, but that would take multiple. Like she's tall as shit. Oh, the arm. Oh no, the arm. Fuck. Hold on. That'll do. That'll do. All right, I need a green. It's like just a green line, right? Hold on.
Oh, Break's gonna fucking just shoot me right off the rip.
Okay, I kind of ran out of time, but in the limited amount of time that I had, because I wasn't drawing the whole time, you guys were
That's a
drawing,
thumbnail. That is a thumbnail.
Oh.
I'm pretty happy with what you know with what I am.
Okay.
Oh, be up here. You can paint the clones, but you have to paint it first. So if you have an idea, you need to paint whatever it is you're going to do on the first one, paint it on the next one, paint on the next one. Paint the top legs, the color of the door. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Well, you're not a Krabby Patty, so I'm a little bit disappointed. What are you though?
I was Karen.
Oh.
Mm.
I was Karen.
It was beautiful.
Damn it. Thought I had that one. Thought it was in the bag.
I should have just let you live, right?
Oh, hold on. No, I definitely deserve to get shot. No,
Oh,
there's
this
no
is
doubt about
perfect.
that.
Oh.
SpongeBob on top of the car.
Be Patrick, come on.
Well,
There's
I
only
was
one
supposed to know,
Patrick's.
Break. You didn't say
Oh my god, it's
nothing.
Doodle Bob.
Sorry.
Chingus is over here somewhere, friends.
Oh, you heard him?
I thought I heard double whistles over here. You piece of shit. Yeah, you better run. Yeah, you better run. SpongeBob, fuck off. He's over here. He's running around the pineapple. Yeah.
Oh,
You bastard.
I'm
Got him.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'll remember to not.
There's a Doodle
hide
Bob in the
in
tunnel?
a real spot
What?
next time. I'm sorry.
Oh my
I
god.
was really hoping that
I could do the
three
cheekiest shit
Patricks-
and go back
I
there,
was trying to
paint
go
myself
for the meme
completely
where
black. They would
Patrick
never
is
see me.
just- He's up on the ceiling someplace looking down, but I couldn't find a place where I could like wedge myself.
Oh, right. All right. Do we
Oh, is
do
that
we
Karen?
yeah, I was Karen.
He was
Oh, someone's like, be Plankton. I'm like, I can't be Plankton. I gotta be his wife.
I was going to be Plankton, but then I heard footsteps and I was like, somebody else is coming over here. I need to move.
All right.
You
Do we
cannon.
do a different one?
Whatever you want.
Yeah.
You're driving, boss.
Do a couple on
Yep.
each one. What about this one? Okay, let's try this one. Maybe another game mode. So there's infection, basic, and double.
What is the red, like, X magnifying glass symbol? What is that
I
for?
think it's how many people you've found.
Yeah, but I've
Oh,
never-
interesting.
Oh, is that?
Bob Ross.
Okay.
How
gonna
many
say,
people you've
You know what? No, let's
shot
try
and
this one.
found. It's obviously new, so I know you've found more than 3 people.
Oh yeah, that's definitely new. I don't remember that being there the last time I played.
I've found everyone.
Nuh-uh.
Bob Ross.
Yeah, huh?
I haven't played this yet.
Gosh.
I haven't either. Obviously I just had to download it.
It's so great there are fakes
Oh
inside that
my
make it super.
God.
It's great to try. I haven't done this, so I don't know how hard this is going to be. It's going to be impossible.
I had tabbed out for a second, and when I tabbed back
I'm
in,
just
I
gonna-
don't know what body type
We're
I'm
just
gonna be.
put-
All right. Well, you're whatever it
Pretty
Oh,
is.
you're
little,
figuring out.
Go learn
Good
today.
luck.
I'm just gonna be a pretty little cloud floating.
Oh my
off.
God.
Oh my god.
Oh my
What
god. Oh
have
my
you
god.
done?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh
Oh
my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. We'll have to do the
happy
Where's
little
Waldo one too.
accidents.
All right, friends, what do we do? What do we do? We need to blend in. Do we be a happy little tree? Do we be a happy little tree? Oh my god, there's not a lot of time. Lay flat. I know, yeah. I know you want to do this guy, but I need to decide where I'm going. We need to blend in. Is it possible to go like here? Look up. Oh, there he is. The joy of painting. Be a happy little mistake. I think I'm kind of liking this. If I can get this to work somehow. Black one's the safest. I know, but I don't want to necessarily just be safe. Fuck it. I like it. We need to go look at the perspective of what they're going to see. Happy little FlashForce. I'm trying to be. Like that. How do I remove shit that's on the screen? Is it possible? Nameplate? There we go. Oh, that's much better. Okay. God. I just need to figure out how to like what I should do about filling in the middle. You know what I mean? Body Ross and then curl up and paint yourself as a little afro. That's funny. I like that. Smaller strokes. I just need to get the big sections.
You
I can smell you.
running out of time.
Click the RG box
you-
next to
are
the
you
color.
going
It shows
to
what
the
color it
bird?
looks like in the light.
I'm just
Oh,
putting a
I'll have to
happy
mess with that
little bush
later.
over here. Just a happy little bush.
I'm not exactly sure what to. Oh God, I'm standing out like a sore thumb.
Wow, this is not a big room. This is it? This is the whole room?
I guess for this one.
Let's see here. you guys off the map or something like that?
No.
No. We can't go as high as you are.
Oh. Oh shit! It makes you float.
Yeah. So he's looking down on the paintings.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, did it make you all tiny?
No.
I don't feel tiny.
I mean, like, from my perspective, this is like insane.
It is insane.
Well, like, because I don't think that you guys are that good at painting. I mean,
Wow.
I
Okay.
mean, listen.
Thanks.
Okay.
I mean, listen. I'm just saying here.
Well, my
you know,
feelings
like,
are hurt. I'm listening.
Well,
Go
from what I'm
ahead.
saying is, like, I'm scrolling over each one of these paintings, and like, and I'm looking here. Oh, okay, I see. You are
Damn
tiny.
it.
You are small.
Wow.
Wow. Okay. So what you're saying is I'm the one who's not good at painting themselves, but apparently
No, I'm
Flash and
saying-
Tingus are great.
No, like with how far out that you actually have to be, how big your character is, like it's a mind
I felt
game.
huge.
No, I mean
Diggity.
like when you see the sizes.
Well, apparently my hiding spot was pretty obvious, so I don't know.
Yeah, and then not only that, but then the whistles are basically moot on this map because it's like everybody is right here anyways.
Well, you've spent a lot of time staring at Flash. That's all I can say.
Have you tried looking at Chinggis? Have you tried giving him a gander?
He has. He definitely has. I feel like
I mean, break. I mean, if you seen him, because
no, I feel
You're-
like
you're
I'm looking
part of-
in the
yeah.
wrong spot. I don't think I was on the right side.
like the angle of the map is so weird. And then not only that, but then I also can't crouch.
You can't lie
Yeah,
down?
you can't get an angle.
And you can't lay. Yeah, you can't get an angle.
No.
There- there-
doesn't- it
who-
doesn't
who was
give you
someone
an
was just
angle.
lying down?
Well, they can lay
Yeah,
down
but
up
from
top
my
there, it looks
perspective,
like.
I'm not. Like I was trying. I pressed the button and I can tell I'm moving, but
Oh, okay. Dude, for a second there, I couldn't. It was a little hard for me to see myself. Like for a second, I was looking at
Holy
this. I was
shit,
like, okay,
we're
that was
not
actually
good
tough to
painters,
see.
Flash. We're not good painters.
No, I'm telling from like, I legitimately either you guys have gotten a whole lot better or it's just this game mode. One of the
two. It'll reveal us in 5 seconds.
Yeah, you guys are so small that it's
Chinggis
like,
really stood
no,
out.
No wonder you guys could easily.
yeah, you
blend
look.
in.
Oh my
I
God,
wouldn't
you're
have been
Flash,
able
you're
to see you,
so
Flash.
Blends right in.
I
No,
couldn't-
but I mean,
couldn't
like,
see you.
look at how big you are by comparison. Like, my character model by comparison is like, I'm like 20 times your size.
This is just like what it would be for the Where's Waldo one.
Yeah, that's
Like,
true.
I mean, like, that's insane just for.
I want to do it again. I'll
Try-
Yeah.
volunteer to
Do
be
it
Hunter.
again,
I-
but
I
play
wanna-
as the
I wanna
Hunter and
see.
see.
I want to see.
Yeah, just pick the hunter and you'll be able to see it.
Well, wait, do Flash? You want to do it since you're streaming? I kind of want to see it, but
It's up to you. I don't mind. I don't mind
It
either
is
letting
a
it random or if
mind
you want to
Yeah,
pick it, that's
yeah,
fine.
Yeah. No, let's. I want to do that one again.
Okay.
I kind of want to be it, but if you want to be
Alright.
it with me, just.
I'm telling you, like, when you look at
So
it,
you
you're
can
going to be
see it.
like, holy shit, I can't see
Bigger
anything.
tune model. We could.
I believe you.
I only saw Break because Break put her body in. She put herself.
I mean, do we
into,
make
like,
ourselves
just
the
a
larger
purple.
bodies?
It won't matter.
Okay.
Like It's you know how normally it's like
more to
you're
paint.
about
I think
half
it
the
does
size
matter.
of like the hunters.
Right.
Imagine the hunter is like 20 times the size. It's
All right, new
legitimate.
idea.
Yeah, like, you're so fucking tiny on this. My
Well, you can
God.
pick the tiny
Okay.
ones. You can force the big ones, can't you?
Giggity.
No, even if you go with larger, it still wouldn't be like larger.
Let's take a look.
larger.
In a book, reading rainbow. Hide in a busy spot. Oh, the signature would be too much, right? I was almost thinking over here. Like here?
I did notice that you do kind of sink in. I sunk into the map
A little bit.
a little bit, so which
Yeah, I was
also
afraid that
helped
I was
a
gonna
lot.
stand out
What if
like
I do,
a
like-
sore thumb because but when you're looking down,
Like
when you're the
this.
hunter, you can't tell.
We know what the base color is. The base color is right there. And then we just blend. Okay. Is it? Hold on. Let me look at this. We can adjust as we need
I
to.
think I have time to go pee while I wait for this. I'll be right back.
Zero out the metallic
If I
look.
get found in this mode, I'm just gonna be upset. They're like, well, damn it, everybody else had it easy.
Listen, dude, we've already proven that I suck at this.
Yeah, hold on. Let me move myself real quick. Or what if I do this? Hold on. What if I do this?
No, you did fine. You did great.
Okay. So it's yellow. We'll just go with it. It's fine. We just need to blend, right? Just need to blend. Shit. I've got to hurry up. I've got to hurry up. Let's get some main paint down and then I'll worry about details in a minute.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Oops.
Damn it! That would have been super fun.
This one's standing out way more.
Yeah, see? It's a little it's a little bit more daunting.
break up some of the middle part. That's just
As we
really.
observe the mightiest of
Oh my
geniuses.
god. Yeah, I definitely see what you mean.
Yeah.
By the way.
It's like, holy shit. Like, it is very hider-sided. Oh, he's right there.
He's definitely around.
That would have
me.
been
I
been
only
super
heard
funny if that pot shot
one.
got me.
That was in the air. It's because I clicked back into the game once I got back from AFK. Like some of the paintings, like it looks like I could see like an outline of a person from the side, and then I go up and I don't fucking see shit. Oh, you are right here.
Oh, shoot him. Shoot him in the face.
But I only have 4 bullets left, and there's 3 of you.
Shoot him in the face. Yeah, but I think you get one back if you hit him.
My God, fuck off. I'm about to get shot. Baron.
Ah.
Hi.
Are you guys
Hey.
hanging out together?
We're holding hands.
Okay, the whistle doesn't help at all. Ooh, do I... Hold on. No, that's a tree stump.
You've barely even seen Baron. Wherever he
It's
is.
because Baron's hiding under stuff.
I'm invisible.
Sneaky little boy.
He is the Bob. The legs could use a lot of work.
See, and I thought the art gallery was hard.
No, this one, it's because of the perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's definitely the perspective.
Yeah.
So close! I was so close!
Where they at? One's over here.
Baron's just a beautiful little
Very
tree.
good job.
Oh, I see Flash over here. Very nice, Flash.
Very
Works great.
nice.
Oh,
Good
great.
job, Lace
Goes purple
Germs.
again.
Yeah,
Nameplates.
yeah. GG's.
Oh.
Look at that.
GG's, Barons. GG's,
I tell-
Flash.
Like I said, that's so much harder.
No
than what
wonder
it
you were
looks
just like sitting there staring at
Yeah,
Flash
so-
for like
My
a good
God,
minute.
dude. He
watching
just
his
was, he was
number
a little snake above me.
climb.
I see his shadow. I was like, oh shit, he sees
So
me.
like I'm looking at Flash's paint job and I'm like, yeah, there's no way you would have seen that.
To be honest, it doesn't matter. It's hard to find anyone.
That's
Yeah.
been good, guys. I
Woo.
see what you mean now. It's cool. That
All
was
right.
cool.
Let's see.
But I'm with Bear. I don't think I have the painting skills like I did in that last one. But it's so easy to just kind of like camouflage yourself.
let's try
in
this
You
one.
there.
gotta find a busy
the little
spot and just do
paintings,
lots of
yeah.
colors and stuff. Yeah.
Ad break's about to happen, by the way. Hi, Shawn. Can we do Mario Kart? We can
A
absolutely do Mario Kart.
chessboard. Board game backroom.
Used to be my nickname back in college.
Board
Okay.
game backroom.
Well, I want to hear the story of how you got said nickname.
So,
Maybe-
Baron, you downloaded
well,
it yet?
His real nickname is Board Game Back Shots.
Hey.
He just left one of the rooms off.
Listen, never forget our team name, okay?
I've already forgotten.
Sup, bruh.
Right.
Baron's not at his chair. Is he
Baron's-
really not at his seat right now?
Let me check. No. Jesus Christ.
Now he's
I'm
back.
here,
Okay.
I'm here.
Oh, hey,
Put
welcome
Oliver in
back.
his bed.
Great to have you.
I had to put Oliver to bed.
Wow,
Mhm.
dude. You could at least let him go
Nice
to bed.
excuse.
All right.
Devil,
Dang,
thank you for the 9
okay.
months. This is another one I have not tried,
Flash
but
age
it looked
children
cool.
confirmed.
No, I put my children to sleep at a decent hour. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
Flash just lets his children
Yeah, they
hit
hit
him
me
in the
with
face
eggs and
with
pies, and then I
cream,
gave them money
smash-
for it.
smashed
I mean,
eggs
I'm
on his
sorry.
head.
Who's the good dad here?
Oh,
Did your
my
dad ever let
God.
you hit you in the face with a pie and then hand you
Oh,
$5?
Jesus.
You know
Probably
what?
not.
He did not.
D&D
No,
dice, some
definitely did
blowy
not.
dice.
Thing is going for D&D dice confirmed. 100%.
He smells like he would. Okay. Let's do maybe a
All
little,
right, Chad. Did we go for like artistic or them break their keyboard?
a little bit of both.
Okay. All right. Okay.
If you'd be so kind. I need to find a better picture. Jesus Christ, I can't see. What are you making yourself? He was like, didn't mean to hit his shoulder like that. Here, we'll just put a little bit on that side too. Unintentional. That's fine. All right. Let's see. Boots are a little bit purple down there. There we go. What else do we have? Oh shit. I don't have enough time. Hold on. Hold on. We need to give him buttons. Is it a blue one over here? I don't know. Fuck it. To infinity and beyond. Hello? Where art thou? Oh my god, look at the wall. What the hell? There's a clue board? Oh my god. I love it. I love it. Hey, somebody just called me Timu Buzz. I don't know how I feel about it.
No, you definitely came Mark Buzz. I'll give you that.
Hey, I did. Good job.
Flash, I will increase the deal. If you can find me,
Yeah.
I will send you a jar of homemade peach jelly that I'm going to make tomorrow.
Oh, I don't like peach,
Oh,
so that ain't gonna
man.
do us any good.
Wow.
I
Well, then I'll
definitely
send it to
should have
Chingus because
done-
he sounds appreciative.
Okay,
I
that's
would
fine.
love some fucking peach jellies, sir.
I'll peach your jelly.
Oh my.
Look at here.
I'll do it. I'll do it twice. All right. Let's see. Were we creative, or are we hiding in one of these dark cavernous holes that I find over here?
Dark cavernous hole.
Dark cavernous
yeah.
hole.
Definitely
Dark-
creative.
We
Dark
did not go the
cavernous hole.
creative route. Sorry. I was gonna, but then I couldn't decide.
Oh,
what
that's
I
cool.
wanted to
Thank
do.
you. One more time. Telling you, it's like instinctual. You know what I mean?
Self-preservation at its finest.
It is instinctual. Somebody is in the Jenga blocks. Who's the son of a bitch?
It's me, Jessica.
Jessica.
Are you in the Jenga blocks, you bastard? I can't see in there.
I am.
No, you're not.
actually.
You lie. If you
I'm
are,
not lying.
it is so
I'm not
black
lying.
and dark in there. There's no way.
You've only spotted me once, so.
All right, I'm gonna get in
I'm
here then.
honestly surprised you
wow.
spotted me at all.
All right, here we'll go to this person because I can't see inside of there. If you are in the Jenga blocks, it's so dark. So dark. Let's see. Would they put themselves on the wall? What do you think?
Like I was
Shall
gonna
I
do the color palette thing.
give you a
here, but
clue?
because the picture that they used was so blurry, I couldn't blend it. So
Oh, gotcha. I'm gonna sit right here.
this is a tough one. With
Oh,
just
fuck
four-
you. God. Fucking pricks, dude. It's like nothing. So last time when I was in November,
Wait,
God.
I can't talk for another 30 seconds.
God damn it, I can't spot it. It's so hard to see anything. There's a lot of spots here that literally are just like dark holes.
Yep.
And if you're in that, there's just nothing to see. Like you can't find anybody in that. Are you in here? And also we have limited shots too.
Yep, I'm in there.
No, you're not. I haven't even seen break.
I'm in there.
No, you're not.
I'm right in there. I'm telling you.
Shut your whore mouth.
Your outfit looks amazing, though. Didn't anybody tell
Thank
you?
you. No, they didn't. You know what? No, I'm gonna ignore that person over there. You're welcome to hang out.
I can give you a hint.
Oh, sure. I don't know if it's gonna be that helpful.
I'm a Sharpie.
No, you're not. That doesn't sound very Sharpie of you. Yeah, look, the amount that I've seen them has been very little.
Well, why do you think you haven't seen me? Because I'm a Sharpie.
That doesn't make any sense. I'm more curious to see the hiding spots.
Oh, this one will definitely make you mad.
Oh, I'm shocked. It's from you. Wait, are you in? Let's see, were you in here? Oh, someone's a chess piece. Oh, which one are you? You're over here somewhere, right? Little pawn, got a horsey over there. If you are, I hope to see. I was gonna say, if you are, you're doing a really good job. Although I haven't seen the other chessboard yet. Yeah, the shadows are so dark. They are so dark. Watch, I'm gonna
You
find
were
someone I don't
standing
want.
on me at one point. you
Was
know
I really?
that,
Were you the marker?
right?
Oh.
I was a Sharpie.
Oh,
I
yep.
was really
He came out of his
surprised 'cause-
hole so that way he would not be
Oh,
there.
right.
And same with Chingus. Fucking little pricks. Literally hid in their dark holes and came out so that they would be seen in their little dark holes.
I wish I could move to where I was.
Uh-huh.
surprised it
Yeah,
let me
that's
go
what I
down.
thought.
I was on the back of the book over there.
Uh-huh. I was in the back of the book where it's
I was
completely
inside
black.
the die.
Inside of a die?
Sons of bitches.
That whole stack of the dice that were
You
all
could go
stacked
in
up
it.
that I
Yeah.
told Flash that I was inside of, and Flash was like, "No, you're not," and left.
You said you were in everything.
I
That
was-
doesn't count.
Because I was able to go down inside of one of the cups with the Sharpies, and I was like,
Yeah, that one's really tough just because of how dark everything is.
Yeah.
All right.
There's
What about this
too
one?
many nooks
I
and
could do that.
crannies,
I could
too.
do that map, no problem.
Oh, sure. Right. Just like you
Okay.
could do the painting one.
Okay, sure. You try that one. You see how well
If I
it works
shot
out.
you instantly, you'd be so mad.
Not on that map.
On the Bob Ross one?
I'd be impressed.
I can't click. I'm bugged.
What is it telling you?
It's just not doing anything. I'm clicking.
Just give it a
on
second.
The
Just give it a
here
second.
to
Let it breathe.
download.
Let it breathe.
Yeah, let it breathe. Just give it a second.
Let it breathe. It'll be okay. We'll hold you. It's okay. There you go. See? Just give her a little time. It's fine. Oh my God, Chingus. He's always wanted to do that to himself.
I can read.
Finally, had those ribs removed. All right, Fall Guys. You actually get hit by that. All right. See, I don't want to find a hole. I want to find a spot to blend in. That's our goal. The crown is classic. I feel like that's a given. Although it's really funny. It literally does move you. Shit. Okay, let's look around. Let's take a peek. Oh man. I could be one of the bowling pins. I could just stand here like this or make multiple of me and just blend in over here. Bowling pin. Is it two? Do I need to like... Oh shit, needs more white. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, oh yeah. Here, we'll start over. You're right. We'll do a different base. Yeah, there we go. I might make this pink a little bit higher. Like, a little bit more... Like... Oh shit, that's not pink. Or do I want to face that way? Actually, you know what? Hold on, let me think of that real fast. I could spawn a couple of me. Do the tree pose. Wouldn't that be too tall? Oh, that's actually pretty good.
All right, so I'm gonna find Flash first.
Oh, but that's gonna be so
Then
wide.
Chingus, then Break. Break's really picked up her game here lately.
Oh, has she?
Thank you.
She's really picked it
Sir,
up.
I am giving you an easy win on this one, okay?
Also, I'm gonna post.
You're gonna post? Okay.
Yeah,
Sounds good.
that's the
This was the other-
SpongeBob. By the way, I posted it in our group chat.
Wait. Oh, your outfit.
Yeah.
That'll do. Think duplicates will sell
I
it?
do think like this. The game one was like a nice idea, but like Flash said it was super dark. This one's super bright.
Yep.
But
Wow,
I feel
that
like there's
even
still a lot of
started.
spots
We
you
already
can
got
train hard.
excuses are just coming out of the woodwork.
I'm sorry, what? I like it. I like this man.
Oh God, I'm getting launched around everywhere. All right, well, you guys are not at any place that can launch you, I guess.
Oh no, I was playing with that earlier. I was acting like I was actually on the map. I like it. I like it. It's just funny. It's funny. It's meant for humor. Oh shit, I'm dead.
Brilliant.
I was bowling pin.
If you were a single one, it would have gone away. But it
No,
was
I
like,
thought it was funnier to be multiple. Would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't me, man. Look, kids. Hey, you bright bitch.
What did you call me?
Wow.
Sorry, I knew someone would be in the
Wow.
crown because I had that idea. I'm like, no, that's too obvious,
Wow.
right?
Flash is just full of angst. and
Wow.
hate
Sorry,
today.
I thought it was Chinggis that was blasting there for a second.
You said break, bitch.
That you did.
Pretty much sounded like you
You
knew.
break, bitch. Oh, sorry, I thought you were Chinggis.
To be fair, oh, look, another bowling pin.
What?
To be fair,
This
I-
is a good one. I do
fair,
like how bright
what?
this map is.
Yeah.
All right, just look for a deep hole. You'll find Chinggis. Although he said he'd give away the win.
There's fun things to be able
I
to
think I gave
train,
away the
I
win.
guess.
We haven't seen him yet, to be fair.
Wait, did he say he'd give
I am-
away the win?
Yeah, the gave
I
away,
am
as in,
Very
Well,
much
something
out-
silly,
I'm not in
maybe?
the open, but I'm not tucked.
let's say he could be a silly goose.
Sometimes he can
Oh
be.
my
the
god, being up
silliest
the
of
rhino's ass. I mean, not the rhino, being up that thing's ass would be funny. All right, I'm gonna stand over here.
Shh. He's over
Cool.
there on the side.
If you don't
Yeah.
want me to talk during the whistle, you
No,
probably
I
shouldn't
just
say
said-
Just
something
look at the
right
yellow
before,
number.
because then I'm gonna be like, huh?
Just look at
And
the
instead
yellow
you're gonna be
number.
annoyed.
That's why I just said shh.
Oh,
You're lucky
there you
I
go.
was
Oh.
paying attention
Oh, there he
to
is.
the time.
Oh my god, where was he?
over on this,
on the
like,
back of
where are you? Over here.
Chinggis.
Look at that
Right.
silly goober.
It's an
Look at
easy
that, look at
W
that
for you,
guy.
sir. It's an easy W.
It's just
I
tough.
don't
You're
need
trying to
I
concentrate
don't
on the
need
map.
an easy W, thank you. All right, I just need a
Definitely
not like a,
need an easy
I just need people
W.
not in dark holes, and then we'll see. Okay?
yeah, you break, bitch.
Yeah, you break, bitch. We'll do that one again. That was a good one. All right. All right, same thing.
Same
Yeah,
thing.
I like this one. Coconut and a palm tree? Ooh, what if I was multiple? What if I was like, I curled up into a little ball? Curl up into a little ball?
All right.
Darren again?
Good time. Good time.
All right. The grundle of a rhino. Oh my god. Like, what if I find a way to, like... to just be multiple here? That's really... Dude, that feels really obvious, though. That's a gimme. That seems that seems too obvious. I don't think I like this. Put multiple in the tree though, so it doesn't look like one tree with coconuts. Oh, like do it on multiple trees. Do it like over here. Do the cone? Do the cone? Well, wait, how the hell would I do the cone? Oh my god. Oh, I need to commit. Ace Ventura escaping the rhino's butt is what I was thinking about. Yeah. Would the side curl look better? Like this guy? I mean, what color would I paint? Like what am I like do I make myself a little bundle of bananas? Just do one of these. Green coconut? Oh, maybe a green one? Let's see. Really?
Huh? What?
Which one? Green or brown?
Now, if y'all can, if you guys could clump up together, that would make things a lot easier for me.
Roger that.
And I'd appreciate it. Yeah.
Do this. I feel like the brown is not as obvious. Brown blends better. I think so too. Now, do I do this? My fear with doing this on multiple trees, I could do it on this tree and that tree.
I want to win the crown. I'm going to win the crown. I believe I am well hidden.
There was a spot there. Hold on. Like this. Clone this and then do...
Ready or not, here I come.
So you still have 15 seconds.
I'm coming.
He's gonna
I
crumb.
didn't even know you're
I
breathing
see
heavy yet.
one of you already.
No, you don't.
I do. One of you is sticking out like a sore thumb so badly. that
Shit,
I'm
I
gonna-
shouldn't have made myself a thumb.
Yep.
It's me.
It's not a thumb.
Ew.
Ew.
Oh, I see you break.
Sight was so good.
I can't see her. I don't know where she is.
Thank you for the free points.
What the hell?
Can I be honest? I free cammed and now I lost myself.
Wow. Wow. You can't just press the number 4 and it snaps you back to yourself if you really did.
That does not help out with it.
I knew he saw the other ones, so I made them disappear.
Oh,
God damn it. Why
whistled
were you looking in the
one
tiles,
too many
Aaron?
times. Well, look, I helped find you.
Damn it.
I saw somebody up in the trees, and then all of a sudden they disappeared. I don't know if it was a clone or not, but
Look out for
Probably
Charlie's up in the
Flash.
trees.
probably. Flash would do something like that.
Last second panic and be like, oh no, I gotta run away.
Flash would never do that. How dare you? It was me.
Your head was still brightly colored.
I know. You saw, so I knew, I was like, if he sees those, I know what I'm going to do. So you looked up in the tree and I made him disappear.
Yeah, I was like, oh, all right.
And you went, what the hell? Yes. I hear him. He was across the way though. I'm getting stuck on everything. Where you at, you piggly son bitch? Huh? 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 Up here? Huh? You on top of the wall? You big piece of shit?
Hey, you break fuck.
Yeah, you break.
What? Why is my name getting thrown out?
We're talking about Chingus, all right? Quit thinking it's about you. Jeez.
Think he's over here-ish, friends.
Getting warmer.
I know. I just don't know where you are.
There's so many points.
All right, let's see. I think he's a purple turd.
Probably hide in one of these little crevices over here.
Little
someplace.
crevasses. Think he's a part of this like
Mhm.
watermelon thingy doohickey over here.
Drake, what do
Wow.
you think?
What?
Chingus.
Yeah.
If he actually put himself on the movable object, that's hilarious.
That'd be really funny. You're just swinging around.
No!
Oh God, I need
kinda
free view.
curious to
I
try
need
that.
free view.
Where are you, you little butt cheek? You're blending
over
in
here
really well. I
somewhere.
can't see you. Just like Fall Guys. Yeah,
Look
yeah,
out for
yeah.
Charlie's up in the trees.
No, he's not up in the trees. Hold on, I'll put myself over here. You are over there. What? Yeah, like I said, you're blending in really well. I can't see shit.
Sounded so close. We've seen it. Look at his score.
I know. Like,
We're staring right at it.
where the hell are you?
He is wedged someplace.
I bet he is too.
Guaranteed.
Is he?
Guaranteed.
Wedged
He's
somewhere.
wedged
How are we
someplace.
seeing him?
He's probably
His
glitched into
score
the
is
wall or some shit.
5,390.
I am not glitched into the wall.
You're not glitched in the wall, but you're over here and there's nothing here. There's no anything there. What the French toast? Unless the whistles were like off and it's throwing me
The
off.
whistles are never exact IMO, in my opinion. Like I don't think
Yeah.
that they're that. Yeah, they're
Oh, he's a whistle thrower. Oh.
yeah. I swear to God, if you're just on the side of a tree or something.
I'm more curious this because if it's
There's no way.
There's
no- where were you at?
you
Where
were
you
not there.
were-
You were not
you
like
were
you
not
like there's no shot. There's no you were not like this. You literally jumped out of your spot.
I did.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, so what he did is that in the blade of grass, he basically just hid most of his body.
He put his
inside of the
entire
blade
body
of
in this
grass.
one.
Yeah.
That's what he did, and then he
Yeah.
moved at
And
the
then-
last
and then
second.
he moved
He
at
just
the
like
last
curled
second,
up
yeah.
in it. Yep.
That's why we
he's
could
a piece-
see
he's a
him.
break piece of shit.
Piece of break shit. Wow, dude. Imagine.
Wow. Wow.
Oh my God.
Wow. Classic.
Imagine
Yeah.
putting yourself into a spot that people can't get to.
Yeah,
Jeez.
imagine, Baron. Imagine.
Hey,
Makes me
hey,
sick. Makes
I
me
was
sick.
out in the
I wanna
open on
throw
that
up.
one map. Thank you.
That one time, I was SpongeBob.
Oh God, it's where's
This
Waldo?
one looks like
Oh,
it's
we're
gonna be the
fucked.
same as yeah,
We're
the Bob
fucked.
Ross.
Yeah.
Okay, but I say to make it interesting, you have to dress yourself up like Waldo.
Stand out like little sore
Right.
thumbs.
Yeah. Yeah, you
I
gotta be-
did try
you
the
gotta
Courage
be
the
a
Cowardly
little
Dog
Waldo.
map. That was like one of the first
You're
ones we
like,
did
"Oh, you
tonight.
found me."
Yeah. Never gonna find me. Yeah, you're gonna find me.
Ah, fuck.
Well.
I didn't want to be 40 seconds. Baron, you must build additional pylons.
I'm so cooked. I moved.
20 seconds. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ready or not, here I come. Oh my God. What is this? The Underground Hunters. Oh, this is just like the other one. This is all about blending and everything. If I were a FlashForce, I'd probably be a giant bean.
Shit, he's on to me.
Oh, you guys are over there?
No, definitely not.
Blue arm? What?
Yeah, I made the mistake of moving one time accidentally, and my whole
Oh my
fucking
God,
character
you're
just went-
almost. You're. It was just your arms were sticking out. You blended in with the red really good. I've apparently stared at Break a lot too.
Yeah, I fucked myself over with like 70 seconds left. I decided, I was like, oh, you know what? I'm going to try to like just adjust myself a little bit. My whole character was like, did you mean turn completely sideways in this like turn on a dime? And I was like, no. And then I tried for like 30 seconds to try to like position myself back. And then I was like, this is all just fucked up. Oh, they're on like the same painting.
Baron, come over here. You see how the head sticks out?
Son of a bitch.
Yeah.
the head
Son of a
shadow.
bitch.
The head shadow.
Oh, there was a shadow?
Yeah, there's a huge
I
head
didn't even know it was
shadow.
on.
Baron right here. This is the same mistake. You see it?
So turn your shadow off? Because there's,
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
No,
a
no,
shadow.
no. That shadow, no. You can't turn that
That's
off.
your shadow.
That's, you can't turn that off.
Oh, you can't turn shadow off? on
No,
this
no,
one?
no, 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 no. The shadow you can turn off is not what's affecting your head.
He's talking about his shadow when he's walking around.
No,
right?
no,
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 I'm
no.
not.
He's not
I'm
talking about his
the
shadow.
round.
There is
The
an
only
outline
thing
of
I
your
can
head.
See of Baron or of Flash is his head.
The outline
Right,
of
it
the
was-
head
it was
stands
so-
out. The
is
shadow
the
that
head
that shows up on the ground,
different?
you can't see. That
So not really a shadow. It's
I
just
say
the-
we
No.
do that one
the shape
again.
of your
Yeah, we
head.
do that one
better.
again.
I could do better on that one. No?
Okay.
well, if you don't move this time.
Bro, I like, it was like,
Oh,
Oh.
Did-
Oh my God.
Okay, bye.
okay, all right.
oh, that was fun. Hope you guys had a good time.
Okay.
Wow.
Did I accidentally? I didn't mean to end the server. All right, we go again.
Wow, okay.
Sorry, damn guys. I was offended by what just happened.
Yeah, you just
Same
Kick us
information.
out.
Same information.
because you got found.
Flash gave us
I
bad head and he
understand.
kicked us all out.
Yeah, the shadow from the shape
Oh,
of your
find me,
character.
will ya?
The shadow from the shape of your character. There's nothing you can do about that. All right. Hunter wait time was 240.
Oh God. Okay.
Do I do 240 again or
Okay, so
300?
just so you know, if you guys want to adjust your character without it moving, like
Hold
let's say
right
for
click.
instance, I wanted to move like more over to the white square without turning my body. If you hold down right click, it'll allow you to move.
Force taunt
Oh.
interval, we'll do
But if you don't
45.
hold that down, then it turns your body.
Okay. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking pro strats right there, baby.
I thought that was
Right-clicking,
common
is that what
knowledge.
you were talking about?
I thought it was coming
Yeah, you better starfish. You better.
You better starve it.
I will. All right. Change of plans. Where are we going now? Oh, is this too busy? Maybe? Bean Square would help. You think so? What's up, Maggie? How are you? Welcome in. I really need to find a way for my it's the head, man. It's the head. You need the head to like sit in a spot that doesn't look obvious, and you see like the line around your head. There's not much you can do unless you put your head into like a dark space. Having your head in detail helps. Oh, you think so? Really? Oh my God. Okay. Having yourself in detail is great. The problem is trying to put myself in that detail. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to see what it looks like. What if I make myself Waldo? Put your head. Well, let's hear. Let's because look, you can't make yourself that black unless. Yes, you can. Okay. But this, I don't think that black is that. This black was though. Look at this. Hold on. I need to look around. I need to look around. This might be the way. Over here. Like do one of these guys and then just find some spot that I can fill in really fast. Because my head, as long as my head will fit into that dark area, then I'm Gucci. Like that. Okay. Let's see what we can do.
You can hide there?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you just have to tuck it. Okay. I'm just looking around at the surroundings, like surrounding rock area, just trying to decide like fix that. We'll see. Check the angles. Yeah, for the most part, I mean, really it's the above part for the most part, right? I need to focus on this one and then we'll do the angles. Yeah, that's a good idea. We need to do all surrounding area. color is that grabbing?
All right, Waldo's here to find you.
If she would fuck off, I would do lines. Hold on. Oh, she's over there. Okay.
All right, I can tell you right now, I'm not gonna find anybody.
Oh my God, someone's with me.
He's over there, Flash.
Oh, it's a jackal.
Jackal. Jackal.
Do I try for the lines? Like these? I say we try one. Let's try one and see what it looks like. Let's try it like here.
I think this is the best hiding I've done yet.
I think it's the best Waldo face I've ever seen you draw.
You can whistle all you want. It's not gonna help me see you.
Just listen with your ears and face eyes.
Use your Legolas elf eyes.
I am.
Is your head colored? No. Hold on. I can do a little bit in
Well,
here,
I
I
need to
think.
go find my glasses and put them on, and even then, I'm probably still not gonna find you.
Love how Break is just going down the line based off of like each picture. She's just like, fuck it, I'm just looking through each one of these. No, I do not blame anybody for not being able to find folks on this or on the Bob Ross map at all.
What do we think?
Although I will say, like, I think this is the best I think I've ever hidden myself.
I think mine's definitely not shabby, that's for sure. I could probably put a rock right here.
I feel blind AF. Like, can I just tell you, staring at this, like, dude, this is a lot to look at.
It is. Just move on. You want to look for like the contrast differences.
that doesn't help.
Well, it doesn't hurt.
Oh
All
my
right, let's
God.
see.
Nice, Baron. Nice.
Oh, good job, Chingus. I'm like the little person. Flash with
I had
the
to draw
rock.
the little person. Oh, he was in the same
Yeah,
one
no,
as
you
me.
Yep.
guys look invisible.
I was in the same one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at
hard
the
it
little
was to draw
guy.
this
Look at the little dude. Fantastic.
Ballsy.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. That's so funny. That is a tough one, man. What's
She
up,
That's
stood
Hayden?
Yeah,
over
it's very
top of
tough.
me while I was painting. I was so nervous.
I was nervous
like,
too.
I mean,
I was
He's a
whistling
tough
at her, and
one.
She was just like, "Fuck it,
Everyone
I'm
who
not
hide
looking for you."
has to have a Waldo head on
I
them, so
was-
sneakers have a
No,
chance. So seekers have a
I
chance.
was looking for you, but the whistles don't help because they're not. I don't
No,
feel
the
like they're very
distance.
precise.
The
Right,
distance,
'cause,
yeah.
like I can't tell where you're whistling from. And so, like, I was looking, but even my chat agrees. Like, the people who knew where you guys were still couldn't see you.
All right, I've got a better one for you.
It's even worse.
Twice as big.
yes.
Found out about from the Faz vids on YouTube. Love the
Yes.
content. Well, I appreciate you, man. Well, thank you, thank you.
Yes.
What? What?
Oh God, I thought it was still the Waldo one. I was like, did you just do a different Waldo?
No, it will forever be Waldo for the rest of your life. This one should be a little easier than Waldo.
Super easy.
Love the idea of it, though. Uh-oh.
Bye-bye.
What's the neighbor's name? What is the neighbor's name in The Simpsons? Flanders.
That was The Simpsons, not Rugrats.
Baba.
Bye-bye.
Close enough. I'll take it. Ned Flanders. Let's try. Let's try if we can. Let's see if we can get ourselves a Ned. I know his whole body doesn't need to be colored, but because he's wearing clothes and stuff, but that's all right. It's good enough. All right. So he's wearing black shoes, gray slacks. All right. He's got like gray slacks on. So maybe like this. Maybe like this. Coffee beans. Thank you for the 9 months. Yeah, it's actually not bad. I'll take it. Because I'll paint his shoes black. Okay. That down. He's got black shoes on. Put it on his little toesies here. Oh, apparently I didn't cover that. Oh, what the fuck? Why is there like all of a sudden new spots? I know it looks weird from that angle, but it's fine. Okay, good enough. All right, green. But it's like a dark green. Maybe a little darker. Yeah, something like that. That'll work. How's it going?
It's going good.
So which one of you is painting yourself as Maggie?
Wow. Okay. Well, we're gonna need to restart.
Well, new plan.
You're just stream sniping.
It's fine. That's good enough. I just can't get like there. Yeah. All right. That's good enough. All right. And then he has like a pink. He's got like a pink collar.
Pretty sure I'm found. I just want to tour the map now.
Like that. Crazy Jay, what's up, dude? Unholy! Thank you for the sub, friend. How are you? Okay. And then he's got like a, it's almost like a salmon color underneath of it. It's like one of these. Okay, maybe I need to go a little bit more saturated. Kind of like that. And then that's terrifying. Jesus Christ. Close enough. Here comes Flanders.
Hadley, how
Hadley,
neighbor,
hadley, ideo.
Jesus Christ, that's a good Flanders.
What the hell's floating around out there? Is that the return the slab thing? That's the
Yep,
wrong map.
That is. That is.
Oh man, it's like a little dark, you know? Hey, you wouldn't be a
It is
log, would you?
dark.
No.
Log. It's big. It's heavy. It's wood. It's log.
Oh.
It's log. Better than bad. It's good.
Look at my little piano friend. Where you going? No, stop. Play the piano. Go back and play the piano. Play the piano. Be a hero. Be the hero that we need. Play the piano, you piece of shit. God, you're so poopy. Go play the piano now. Go play it.
I'm not playing the piano.
Go play it.
I'm not playing it.
Go
No,
play it.
No, you can't make me. You're not my dad.
By the way, I have unlimited shots while I'm chasing you. Just FYI.
Oh, so everybody else gets limited shots, huh?
Yeah, everybody
I
else.
see.
It said it in the thing, in the
how it
update
is.
about the chasing, nerds. All right, they're probably upstairs.
The update about the chasing
if
what?
people are out in the open. I gotcha. This is
Oh.
a big. This is another like really big.
Really big map?
space.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, how do I pull the thing down for the attic? Hey,
I'm not
Hey.
telling.
hello?
Yeah. I will say this.
Oh, I
I'm
don't have
definitely
limited shots.
not inside of a
Crevasse.
tier of an air duct system in the master bedroom.
Okay, roger that.
Yeah.
I appreciate the heads up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
In the master specifically, he said.
Correct. So that means he could be anywhere. Imagine if they were that. You know how crazy that would be? What? Oh, look at you. Little cheeks hanging out by the pillow.
I can't.
Little cheeks.
Aw.
Just those little
I
cheeks
tried to
sticking
do
out.
both on the same time.
I
On the
saw
same
it.
time.
Little cheeks hanging out. Oh, hey, they are dug.
Oh, I didn't hear any whistling.
I thought about going down in here, and I was like, "Can
Definitely
anybody
didn't
go
hide
in
in
here?"
there.
Is it literally a dead end? Oh, it is. Okay.
Yeah, it is. I tried to go for a couple of different areas, and it was like, "Your body is too buried." I was like, "Well, this is dumb."
Oh, you're too buried. All right, break.
What did the update say
Yeah.
about chasing?
If you're chasing someone in the open, you won't lose ammo
Oh,
for shooting at them.
oh, neat.
All right, I haven't been in the garage. Break.
Oh yeah,
Break.
he's definitely over in there.
Break.
No, I'm upstairs in the attic. What do you mean?
You're so full of
break.
poopies. Break, bitch.
To be honest, I didn't
Break.
even know there was a garage until after you showed up on the map. So I'm not there.
You know, that sounds like
Mhm.
something someone that was in the garage would say.
I'm not there.
Maybe she's upstairs above it.
Oh, she's upstairs.
Yep.
She's in
Like above the
Maggie's
garage.
room.
100% over that way. All right, I'll check this wall over here on the other side. Breakerton,
Yeah,
where are you?
by a window.
Are you in the blinds, you piece of shit? You pulling me?
You pulling the chingus?
You pull a chingus? Are you so far into it that we can't even see you? Hold on, give a little listen. She's definitely over there.
Nailed it.
In the curtain, yeah. Good. I'm glad you could see that.
In the curtain.
Yeah.
I told you where it was.
Good night, Phantom.
See, I try to do both on the same side, so that way it would look.
Make a little even. You did. Your little
even,
butt pillars.
even. Yep.
I'm glad it shows your clones too. That's nice.
Yeah, that way it's just not like, wow, this guy's an idiot.
What an
Look at
idiot.
that.
Why'd you just stand in
stand
there
out
like
there on the
Just
side.
sticking out next to the pillow.
Luigi's Mansion. Oh, I have another one next.
Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't done this one either.
Okay.
No idea how hard this will be.
Oh, as long as it's not another Bob Ross.
It's not.
Oh my God, Luigi's Mansion.
Yeah, because my brain still hurts after that.
Oh, God. If it's anything like the Nintendo 64 version, it's massive.
Thank you.
Oh my.
That's why it's taking him so long to download.
Yeah.
Good night, Puncher.
I'm waiting for the thing to come up. All right, I don't.
If you shoot a decoy, does it count as shooting the actual person? Yes. Yep. So yes, you can use decoys to make yourself blend better, but if somebody shoots your decoy, you're dead.
Otherwise, I'd find you all right around.
Oh man, I get to be a hunter first? Oh boy. All right. Should I be Luigi? I think I have to.
Oh God.
We're going to try to be Luigi. All right, this is going to be hard. But I'm going to try. All right, let's just cover some ground. Let's go ahead and just get some ground covered here, okay? So we need...
Okay, so the name of the game here is with this map is you just go down all the way down to
Don't go into
end.
the dungeon.
Yep. We just go as far as you possibly
You
can.
son of a bitch. We'll fix it as we go. It's fine. We'll fix it later. Right now I need green. Which is like... It's a really bright green. That's better. It'll make sense in a little bit. Uh-huh. Hey, what's up, friendo? How are you? We'll go back in and fill. So really this blue should come up a bit higher. It should be like to here. arm is blue, but I can't do that unless I can, which you can't pose like this, which is fine. Would be even a little bit higher, maybe a little bit higher. Because then you got this guy and that guy. Like that. That looks good. Try crouching. I don't know if that really helped me. It really didn't. That's funny though. I'm not sure that helped me too much. But that's okay. It's good enough. It's fine. I planked on the wall. I mean, I planked on the floor. Got like 100 seconds. We'll figure it out. Okay. The gloves are white anyway, right? So really I should just do one of these. Just put a couple lines on there. Yeah, kind of like that. I need brown shoes though. Shit. Darker. All right, I don't have a face or a green hat. What if I did like... Fuck. I need to draw his mustache. Hold on. I'm not done. Good enough. All right. Luigi's on the hunt. Where are we at?
I'm nowhere to be found.
Really? I bet some ass hats in the corner in the dark. I
Hope
would
not
almost
me.
guarantee it. What's up, Jordan?
I'm nowhere over there.
Wait, what?
What?
So you're saying there's a chance. Like if somebody's there, I can't see. It's really, really dark for me, at least in that corner. Flashlight would be so cool. I wonder if they're...
A flashlight would be legit. I think.
FlashForce would be
that would
even
count.
better.
Ah.
I think it would make it too easy.
See what I did there?
I see what you did there. I picked up what you put down. Anybody a little cheese? Ka-choo!
Rude.
She was part of a cheese.
Wow.
Why was that the
Was
first
part of
thought
a
you had?
cheese.
Hey, is anyone cheese? No.
You didn't even let me say no. All right, break. Smell them out. Give him a
I
sniff.
thought I heard another whistle over this way, but
Did you?
I mean,
Okay.
it's hard to tell if it's like
Well, there's no one else in here.
All right, hold on a
between
second.
floors or
Alright.
yada yada.
Hold on. That sounded like it was behind the fucking fridge.
See?
Are they behind the fridge?
No.
Okay. The other thing too is I don't know the layout of the map, so I don't know if there's like another wall on the other side over there that maybe
Right.
their whistle could be
Neither
coming
do
from. Do another peek in this room. Although you're the only one I've seen.
Yeah, but that. So, or they could be above, right? Or below, possibly. And I only went so far into the map.
Oh, the clothes. That'd be funny. All right, hang here. See if they hear anything.
It sounded farther away. I still heard a whistle.
Are they able to sneak their ass in the fridge? No, I don't think so. They could be above, like you were saying, Break. They could be.
Or they could be below.
Is there a below? I don't
Still haven't even seen anyone else. What the?
I'm down over that way.
Right, there is a below, Flash. In the hallway, there's stairs.
Oh, where? Oh, I see
Over
you.
here.
I see you.
Yeah, this way.
Oh, okay. Well, this is far. I mean, that's not near them though, or near that.
No,
Hey.
that doesn't curve. Oh, okay.
Really hoping I had more time to be able to. Oliver started crying, so I had to go and tend to
Oh,
him.
that sucks. Yeah, dude. Take care of the kid.
Way to
It's
go,
like, "Oh,
Oliver.
damn it." No, that's a hard spot to blend in. I was trying really hard, and then Break always has the thing where like Break will just like stop, and she just always happens to be like 2 feet from me.
Dude.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
someone check
definitely
that
doing
room. I'm
that
going
on
above.
purpose.
Okay, did you hear a whistle over there?
I heard a whistle. It sounded like it was in that room, but we have yet to see him. Oh, the picture
Yeah,
frame
the
would be
kitchen.
really
It sounds
funny.
like he's in the kitchen.
Well,
so
you
if
guys
there's a
only
room above
left me
that.
with like 20
Like,
seconds.
but
or
yeah, I
something.
can't. But there's no way to get over that way from up here, right?
Yeah, Chingus is just cheating. It's one of those
Seeing
things.
some
you
hidden
know?
shit.
Yeah.
Think so?
Yep.
Watch, he'll
Just out of
pop
the
out of
way.
it so we can't know.
No, I'm not gonna pop out.
Oh, he was hidden behind it. I literally can't see that at all. Literally invisible. I can't.
He
I
was-
can't from any angle see that.
No, I'm actually painted in. You can see over top of it.
No.
Are you
That
in the
fucking sliver, you mean?
Yeah. Hey guys, that
See, I
tiny
tried to
little
go in the
sliver of.
fridge
All
and
right,
it
I
told
say that
me
I
Chingus
was
is Chingus
too
is hunter
buried.
next round. We go Waldo again.
He's like, no, I painted myself to be a
painted.
chasm.
My
I did
whole
paint
frontal
myself.
body is completely exposed, and I'm trying to paint it.
I wrote the little
Chingus
food
is
on
like-
top of me and everything, dude. You can
Hold on,
see
called her a
half of it
vixen. Called her a
over top
vixen.
of it.
Diabolical. Going back to Luigi's. Son of a bitch. I'm gonna hide exactly where he was hiding. Same spot. That's some bullshit. Hey.
Oh man, I'm a hider.
Just hide right here in the picture frame.
All right.
All
I was a
right.
genius, and I was gonna wedge myself someplace. Where would I go?
Let's go over here. It's gonna be obvious when you're in a place that's like doesn't have an above and a below. Oh, if I could stick my head on there, that'd be so funny. Just like, or just, oh man, you know what? It would be really tough to do, but I just, for the fucking shits and kicks of it. The problem, I think, is the angles. I think somebody coming in is going to know. They're going to be able to look at that and see, like, if someone's walking in the door, even if I blend myself, I feel like that's going to really stand out. Here, let's just try. The shadow. It's the outline of the player. It's the outline of the player. Yeah, you can turn the shadows off, but look, it's the outline of the player. It's not about that shadow, because look, it doesn't change. What if I do? Not big enough? You don't think so? What if I'm just a little version of that one? You see what I mean? Father-son outfits. Beat pants. I can't beat pants. I wouldn't be able to. Hold on. I kind of like the idea of trying to just mimic that other jacket set. Kind of obvious? No, it's extremely obvious. Oh, no. There's no kind of about it. It is beyond obvious. Oh, you know what? Maybe I try that when I'm a larger player. Oh, there's another room. If I make myself a larger player, we might be able to... Oh, yeah. Waiting for someone to be the nose on the painting? The nose on the painting? Wait, what painting? Oh my God. I don't know if how would you... It's really pixelated though. It's really, really pixelated. I'm gonna have to make a decision here in a second. Yeah, like that. It's very pixelated. I don't think so. What if I'm part of the couch? See, that's the problem, is that a lot of this... Oh, you know what? Oh, you can't even get that far. We'll have to try something else at another point. Yeah, look how far you stand out from all this. You don't get near any of it, dude. That sucks. That sucks a lot. What if I just starfish the floor in here? I'm looking. It's going to be too late. Just sit on the chair. I'm fucked. Went straight into this room. What if I like... I'm way too large though. I think I'm way too large for it. I was going to make myself another pair of shoes. you doing?
Looking for you.
Go find Chinggis.
Okay, Chinggis, where you at?
Yeah, you've already left me. Go find him. They're being awfully quiet. Do you hear him breathing?
Yeah.
Woo! I thought you were gonna fly and flash there first thing.
I don't know. I'm panicking. I'm panicking. Is the other shoe rack any better?
Okay, guaranteed Chinggis is hiding in the exact same spot again.
He would never do such a thing.
He would too.
Just commit. We just got to stay put. All right, let's look in this room break. What do we find?
I don't know. Some cheese.
You say more cheese?
More cheese.
Squeak, squeak.
Was that your seductive mouse?
Squeak,
Squeak, squeak.
Squeak, squeakers. Squeak, squeaking.
It would be funny to make yourself on there and
I
just
am
draw
definitely
food.
not hiding in the exact same spot that Chinggis was hiding in.
That whistle
That's
was
right.
awfully suspicious.
No, I don't see anyone in the fridge.
We just need to come, like when I'm playing these maps and I'm not actually painting, I just need to come up with some ideas. What kind of game is this? Oh man, this is Mecha Chameleon. It's so fun. See, this is the issue, is like some of these are really pixelated. So like unless you can
Oh, no,
draw
the window's
pixelated,
open.
I
Where?
should
I'm
go draw
sorry,
the
I'm on
I
the
should
other
go
side of
draw
the
the
map.
lines on me now.
Okay, great. Perfect. I've seen you and Flash, and I
Where's
have
Mr.
no effing
Chinggis?
clue where any of you are.
I should do it just for laughs.
Well, I think it's in these moments. I think that it's important to understand that, you know, some of us are
That you
just
guys
the,
just
some
like
of us
to
were
crawl
born into the darkness. You know?
crevices. Little cheater pants. Is that what you're saying?
I think Chinggis might have fallen asleep.
Nope.
Nice. Okay, where's
Where's Chinggis at?
look at Chinggis. Look
Yeah. You know?
That's a really big shoe. Oh man,
Oh
that's why you
my
had so many
God,
points on
the
me, because you were
shoe.
just sitting in this room.
Oh yeah, Break will do that. Break will sit there and she'll
She
just
commits.
stop,
She
and then
commits.
it'll just stare at that like at a wall
Well,
or something like
first
that.
walked
for,
in,
like,
I was kind of just like, well, I'll see if I hear a whistle on this end to like.
I got
kinda
really
catch
lucky.
any
You
clue.
started to go to the other room when the whistle was happening. I was like, oh, thank God. If you were next to me, that would have been it.
oh, she has a knack of doing that. I don't know what it is,
just
but like
Happens.
she'll just like come up to you, and then she'll be like, and then you'll whistle. and
Robot
she'll be
room.
like,
Is that the
"Oh,
one
there
where
you
they
are,
all
right
look the
there." You're
same?
like,
That's the one where they all
"God."
look the same, though, right?
That hasn't been working for me tonight.
Let's do this one.
I don't know what you mean.
All right, this one's the last one for
This is
me.
gonna be the last one for me as well.
Mario Kart. Nice. Oh shit, it's almost midnight. Yeah, I'm definitely down.
I gotta wake up in like 3 hours.
Yeah,
What? Why so
same.
early?
Travel.
Where you going?
Wife and I are going away for a couple of days.
It's a
Oh,
great,
man.
big, beautiful tomorrow.
Just a day away.
away.
Ooh, starfish. Ooh, starfish. Here. There you go. There you go. Now it's a party.
Oh, I'm in.
All right. Okay. Well, friends.
300 seconds to hide.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really, when I saw Mario Kart, I definitely picked the block guy.
Wednesday's no stream. I just fell off the map and died. No, I'm kidding.
Nice.
Okay. Got to be careful with angles, because if somebody looks at you with the
Props if
wrong
anybody
angle,
could put themselves as Mario in a cart.
no, I wouldn't do that. You would just blast my face off after all that work I would do.
I promise I'd stare at you for a little while. to give you
I
points
promise I
first.
would say hi before I murder you. All right, friends. We have a lot of colored blocks over there on the wall. Some signage. I could try to be, oh God. I could go up there and do one of those guys. I could be I could be a second flower. What if I can't do, what was I say? What if I starfish, paint myself a square? I'm just going to do this for laughs. I'm not going to actually stay with this. But if I did one of these. We're just getting a lay of the land. All right, let it breathe. Let it breathe. Let it breathe. Let it breathe. Give it a second. Hold on. Give it a moment. Give it a second. Let it work. I'm spending too long. If I'm goofing off, I'm spending way too long goofing off. Oh, this game is so funny. I'm just curious what it would look like. Because if I did this and I went like that and then I popped up. Oh, shit. No, never mind. Never mind. Be a tree on the wall. No. I think I'm going to do the Luigi sign. Or this sign up here. I want to do this. Aegis, hi. I know. I was going to do it. What if I'm one of these? Do one of these guys? Ah, see the head. The head is what gives it away, man. It really does. Do I do this? Do I do the color over there on the wall? Clones of the advantage, main one, a paint pot, and then a second into a cactus. Yeah, that's not a bad idea either. I'm just looking. What if I made myself into another car? Do I have time for that? Can I do that? Would that be I don't think it's possible, is it? Because you can only be 2 clones and then you. It's 2 clones and then you. I could do this. Cannonball? Oh, I'm finding such a hard time committing to what I want to do. What the fuck?
$60 seconds. How you guys doing over there?
I want to say this is probably one of the best hiding spots I think I've ever found.
In other words, he's right out in the open.
Sir, you have no idea.
It is Baron and Chinggis. It is. Big painting beside you?
The drum shelf is like a red
I don't have
shell.
time.
or
I've spent too
something.
much
It's gonna
fucking
follow
around.
me around when I zone in.
There's no way I can't do that. Oh my God. Are you kidding me? What the hell am I going to do here?
Oh, it starts me up top. Oh, I was so close.
You gotta be careful of the track, Chingus. Okay, you gotta be real careful with the track. All right?
It's a blue shell. Oh God.
You better what you gotta watch out. All right, you gotta watch. Oh shit! Oh, God.
Oh
Fuck
my
it.
God.
I'm just standing out so
Alright,
much.
I was playing. Oh.
Oh,
Where are they?
Oh.
I could make a run for it. I could make a run for it.
double tap.
Damn, dude. At least let her breathe.
You break, bitch.
You
So
break,
mean.
bitch.
Playosh, where you
What?
at, Playosh?
Look for any corners to tuck in. He owes me one.
Oh yeah.
I owe you a corner tuck, big boy.
That's hot.
Flash is probably like in a cannon or something like that.
I would never do that to you.
He definitely is now. Flash, where you
I didn't hear a whistle.
at? I didn't hear a
Oh.
whistle there either.
I did not hear a whistle.
Wow, he's not even whistling anymore.
I found
Oh,
out
you
how
guys
to,
didn't see
I
it?
found out how to
put that
cheat
in
it.
You guys didn't see it? I put that in the update up there. It says that I don't have to whistle if I'm the only one left.
Only I get unlimited ammo.
Suspicious.
Don't be
Don't be
suspicious.
suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
I heard nothing.
Same.
He's up here somewhere.
When you say up
Oh,
here
there's a
somewhere-
pal. Up where I spawned in.
Kapow!
Yeah, Baron's up here too. Up top here. It's a little hand sticking out.
Shh, shh. Give me a second.
Okay. All right.
Let it
all right,
breathe.
All right.
Let it breathe.
Just let me know when you're done.
Okay, I'll let you know.
All right.
Thing is, I didn't hear anything again.
I don't
Are
know
you
why
hearing
you
a
didn't hear
whistle?
anything. Yeah, I know exactly. Oh, that son of a bitch ran away. I let him run away.
Why would you let him run away?
Because it was too fucking obvious. That's why.
Oh, okay. More obvious than
okay,
a
but
blue
you just
shell
shot-
running
it
down the
wasn't-
track.
Without
Yeah.
a second thought, you
It
shot
wasn't
Baron
too
without
easy.
it.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Alright,
It was
Okay,
too
listen, I
obvious.
have a lot of blue shell trauma, okay? All right.
Wow. Yeah, you could have left it alone. Could have made peace.
There was no peace, all right? There was no peace. Oh, I hear it. I hear it. I hear it.
Shh.
You shoot first, ask questions later.
Where's Baron? What the
I
hell?
was a blue shell on the
This is a
track.
blue shell?
No, I was crouched down in like
Oh,
in
oh,
a field
okay.
position.
Oh,
and
I
was a
understand.
Shell, and then Chingus was like, "Oh, that's too obvious. Let me
Oh,
shoot you in
hold
the
on.
face."
Let me shoot you. But when it's flash,
Where's Break?
When it's flash, it's different. Yeah.
Where'd
You put
Break
it in
go?
the settings. I had to follow the
Son of a
rules.
bitch.
Break was Yoshi. She was a
Oh.
Yoshi.
sign. Yeah.
Her whistle give her away.
Yeah, I was gonna make a whole thing and I didn't commit and it was too late and I panicked and I ran.
Aw.
Well,
Sheesh,
thank you
indeed.
guys for playing.
Thank you, friends. This
Oh,
was fun.
Appreciate it.
As always.
Thank you.
Had a
Have
blast.
Good night, gentlemen.
Thank you, friends. I'll see you later.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. Oh my God. I need to get off here because I need to go to bed because I got to wake up very early. Got to wake up very early in the morning. So let us go find somewhere to raid, friends. What a game. Dude, this game is so fun. It is so freaking fun. Have a good night, Carrie. Have a good night, friends. Let's go raid. We're going to do it really fast so I can get out of here. But thank you guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for another amazing month. I will be off on Wednesday, but I will be back on Friday. Doc, you've been hiding in chat and you didn't even say anything. What the Mr. Doc? But yeah, Mrs. and I are just going away for a couple of days, and then we come back Thursday, so I'll return to stream on Friday. Yeah. I'm doing well, friend. Thank you. All right, let's see. Thank you, Jay. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's always good to find time to be able to get away for at least a little bit. Yeah, you found me. Don't shoot. Oh, but you got to use your clones, Doc. You got to use your clones, you goofball. All right. You know what? She's still going, so we'll go say hi. All right. One of our friendo, Miss Break, is still trucking, so we're going to go say hi. If you are a follower, that first message is yours. The second is for subs and tier 3s. That's for you. Thank you guys for an amazing month. I will see you guys next month on Friday. Not exactly sure what the plan is quite yet. Actually, I think I do know what the plan is. I just need to verify that that's what's happening. Because if it is, then we're playing with friends. Many a friend. So you guys are awesome. I love you all. I will see you guys on Friday. Peace.